Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. And there they go. Hangout wins the start. Lorenzen is showing a little bit of pace. Here's Up for Adventure along the inside who wants to get forwardly positioned. Far outside, Hot Rod Lincoln. Stormady is in the 5th position, and Gambling Man's the last of all. And Hangout makes the pace. Up for Adventure showing speed along the inside. Lorenzen is 3rd, and Stormady has the 4th position. Hot Rod Lincoln's in no hurry. Gambling Man's the last of all. A little less than 6 lengths covers the group. And Hangout has the lead from Up for Adventure and Lorenzen. From the outside is Hot Rod Lincoln, and he's inching a little closer, making a move for 3rd from the far outside. Stormady and Gambling Man have a little more than 3.5 to make up as Ray Lou Gutierrez tries to slow it down aboard Hangout. And it is Hangout with the lead. Right there, Lorenzen and Hot Rod Lincoln from the far outside. Up for Adventure, 2.5 from the pace along the rail. A length to Gambling Man and Stormady. They head into the far turn run. Hangout. Here's Hot Rod Lincoln making his move to the outside. Lorenzen is 3rd. Up for Adventure. Tries to stay close. Been riding the rail throughout. Stormady's got to giddy up from there. 7 from Hot Rod Lincoln, who strides up to the top spot. Come and beat Lincoln in the opener. Hot Rod Lincoln, the one to beat. In 2nd is Hangout. Up for Adventure maneuvers to the far outside for the stretch run, but Hot Rod Lincoln is traveling beautifully to the 8th pole. Hot Rod Lincoln, a comfortable leader. Up for Adventure's running a good one in defeat. Farther back, Hangout and Lorenzen. Hot Rod Lincoln in the Monday opener. From Up for Adventure, Lorenzen and Hangout. Second race is clear of change. Race 2 will start the early pick 3. Our second race is in 21 minutes at 1. And there they go. Quick start for Uni Loves a Fight. She's part of the pace, which includes several others. Coup de Parte, Holiday Jazz, Treat Her Like a Star. From the rail, She's Got Game. So Uni Loves a Fight's going to be stuck out there a little deep. Miss Pab is second last, and Alicia's Way is at the back marker, but at least she's getting a lot of pace to chase, as there were many of them that were sent for the lead. She's Got Game, Uni Loves a Fight, and Holiday Jazz. Coup de Parte's back to 4th. In the 5th spot there, Races Treat Her Like a Star into her outside, Miss Pab. Better than 5.5 for 6 to Alicia's Way, but they are going pretty good up front. 23 and 4 for She's Got Game and Giovanni Paredes. Better than a length. Uni Loves a Fight is second outside of Holiday Jazz. Coup de Parte is 4th. And she's 3 lengths off the pace. Almost a length to Treat Her Like a Star. Miss Pab deep up the backstretch. And Alicia's Way is beginning to gain some ground from that back marker. And like I said, she got a good opening quarter to run after. And although she's last, Alicia's Way has pace to chase. And she gets within about 7 heading into the turn with momentum. Still at the top spot, She's Got Game. Holiday Jazz stays close. Uni Loves the Fight couldn't get near the lead today with that wide post, and she's all the way at the back. Let's go back to the front. She's got game and Holiday Jazz. Alicia's Way continues to close ground. She's going to make a bid for third along the inside. She's got game and Holiday Jazz. And Alicia's Way's into third. She's got game. Holiday Jazz right alongside. Alicia's Way a distant third. Holiday Jazz and She's got game. Holiday Jazz is up to the front. Holiday Jazz gets the lead. Puts away She's got game. Alicia's Way a distant third. Holiday Jazz the favorite with a good-looking victory. She's got game. Ran well in defeat. Alicia's Way got up for third. Fourth place, coup de party. There's a 3-1 exacta, $14.40. 317 trifecta, $10.50. 10-cent super, 3172, $29. And there they go. Little Miss Sunshine is showing good speed with thin legs. Warsaichi wants to show her speed from the inside. Tasty Wave comes away running in fourth. Little Miss Sunshine will sit a trip from the outside as she backs off the pace battle. Golden Moonlight from the extreme outside, and Wait, Don't Tell Me is the last of six. Warsaichi quicker than Thin Legs. Little Miss Sunshine stalking in the clear. Tasty Wave up close from the rail. Golden Moonlight with a wide trip heading into the turn, and Wait, Don't Tell Me has a little more than 5.5 to make up on Warsaichi. Warsaichi, the speed of the speed. Little Miss Sunshine makes her move into second, and Tasty Wave tries to quicken in along the inside. Golden Moonlight with a wide trip. Thin Legs can't go on, and Wait, Don't Tell Me's trying to hit her best stride. Here's Little Miss Sunshine making her move for the top spot. Little Miss Sunshine comes away with a narrow lead. Warsaichi's got some fight, and Golden Moonlight tries to quicken to the far outside. Little Miss Sunshine, Golden Moonlight makes a move into second, but Little Miss Sunshine is going to keep her winning streak intact. She's trying to get to the wire, and she will. 3 for 3 to kickstart her career. Golden Moonlight. 5, 6, 1, 4, top four finishers. The 3-5 double, $9.50. A 5-6 exacta, $13. 5, 6, 1. There's Ramon having a big 2023 herself. Pick 5 time. And there they go, and we had a stumbling start by Sweet Shallots, unseating the jockey. Sweet Shallots unseated Joel Cruz. Cruzy's up right away. Fast Fran has the lead. There's the loose horse, but it's Fast Fran with the lead to herself. Will she chase this loose horse? Fast Fran by better than 2. In the second spot, Banker's Daughter with Allure Fortune. Saloon Girls in the 2-path. Ramon from the far outside, and the New Miami is the last of all. And Fast Fran has the lead at the 3/8. Up the rail comes Allure Fortune. Banker's Daughter's 3 wide. Ramon from the far outside gets within 3 lengths midway through the turn. Saloon Girl and the New Miami are the last 2. And Fast Fran's the one to come and catch at the top of the lane. Banker's Daughter's under a drive. Allure Fortune tries to quicken in from the rail, and Ramon tries to come into the scene from the far outside. Fast Fran still with the lead at the 8th pole. Allure Fortune's off the rail trying to bridge the gap. Ramon third from the outside, but it's Fast Fran today. Fast Fran going back to the winner's circle. Fast Fran in front from Allure Fortune, Ramon, and checking in fourth, the New Miami. And race 4 is official. 4-1-7-2, top time. And there they go. Tommy the Torch quickly away. Boss Ship is showing good speed. Massey Hall wants to go. Preferred Outcome on top of the action. Boss Ship, Massey Hall. And from the outside, Tommy the Torch. 3 of them for the top spot. Boss Ship's the quickest. Preferred Outcomes in the 4th spot. Then Prepare for Glory with Trap the Dream. And at the tail, Isaiah. Massey Hall from between runners now puts his nose in front of Boss Ship. Tommy the Torch sitting a nice trip from third. It's a break of about 4 lengths to Prepare for Glory, trying to hit his best stride inside of Preferred Outcome. Trap the Dream is 7 lengths off the speed, and Isaiah's at the back. Massey Hall and Boss Ship. Here's Tommy the Torch making his run 3 wide. Prepare for Glory continues with his run. He's under a strong drive, but he's moving into the scene, and Trap the Dream's beginning to wind up. Boss Ship from the inside. Tommy the Torch. Boss Ship and Tommy the Torch. Tommy the Torch has the lead at the 8th hole. Boss Ship second. And farther back races Massey. All prepare for glory and Trap the Dream. Tommy the Torch trying to get to the wire. Been a long time since he's been in the winner's circle. Tommy the Torch in front. Tommy the Torch from Prepare for Glory. Boss Ship. And checking in fourth. Ed Schotzels. Tommy the Torch in the winner's circle. Race 5 is official. 5-3-2-6. The 4-5 double $18. And there they go. Slow start, high gate. The Cadillac Kid wins the start, clears away. Tunnel Vision vying for second with Support the Cat, Steerage, and Peanut Butter Toast. Go Get the Bag is currently in the 6th position, and he's a little less than 5 lengths from his stablemate. Almost 5.5 or so to Krog Patrick and Highgate. So the Cadillac Kid is the quickest. He has 3 pursuers, Steerage, Peanut Butter Toast, and Tunnel Vision. Support the Cat is a little more than 4.5 off the lead. A length or so back to Go Get the Bag. The 2 debuters at the back of the pack, Highgate and Krog Patrick. And the Cadillac Kid has had the lead all to himself, but Tunnel Vision is staying close with Peanut Butter Toast. Steerage gives way just a bit. The Cadillac Kid confronted by Tunnel Vision up the inside, and there's Tunnel Vision getting the lead. The Cadillac Kid comes under left-handed urging, still fighting on, has second from Peanut Butter Toast. Support the Cat fourth from the far outside, but it's been a chalky Monday, and there's another one. Tunnel Vision in front. The Cadillac Kid second. Peanut Butter Toast third. Go Get the Bag fourth for the Super. $317.40. 3-7 exacta, $35.40. 375 trifecta, $37.50. And there they go. Busting Credit, and he's got the jack. He's got the jack quickly into Striders. Flowing River also showing pace. Golden Them Hills wants to mix it up from the inside. Busting Credit's fourth outside of God Bless America. Shorts in the Winters at the back. Flowing River, and he's got the jack. Better than a length to Golden Them Hills up close to the action along the inside. 2.5 lengths or so to God Bless America. Another length to Busting Credit. Another 2 to Shorts in the Winter, picking up his stride along the inside. Flowing River has the lead at the 3/8 from He's Got the Jag. Golden Them Hills is third from the outside. God Bless America. Shorts in the Winters closing nicely. He's got a little look along the inside as Flowing River had to deal with He's Got the Jag. Here comes along the inside, Shorts in the Winter, and Busting Credits following his move along the rail. Flowing River, the leader. Flowing River has the lead from Golden Them Hills. Busting Credit along the inside, far outside, God Bless America covering Shorts in the Winter. It's Flowing River. Flowing River's the leader past the 16th. God Bless America makes a move for second. Flowing River, another one for Jeremias Flores. God Bless America finishes sixth. Good racetrack that morning. 3/8, 37.40 seconds, breezing. Good size field of 10 to close our Monday card. The Nightcap in about 22 minutes at 4. Just about ready for the Nightcap. And there they go. Midmon showing up first, but here comes Bad Connection quickly away from the inside. And Roz fires into the second spot. Midmon is third, then After Alpha. Automated Teller's fifth from the inside. Wine Trail is sixth. Then One Flashy Girl, Rosebud Ride. The Fabulous Moolah is second last. And Pal's Ally is the last of all. So Lugu is first and last. Up the backstretch run, 22 4/5 for Bad Connection. The speediest of all heading into the turn, 2 lengths. Roz is in a good spot. Likewise for Midmon, more than 3.5 to find near the 5/16. Break of about 6 lengths to the Fabulous Moolah, hitting her best stride from the far outside. Wine Trail tries to advance from the inside. Then we'll go to One Flashy Girl, Automated Teller. Wine Trail had to put on the brakes. Bad Connection, still the one to come and catch in the Nightcap. Midmon's her closest pursuer. And the Fabulous Moolah continues with her good run. And here comes the Fabulous Moolah making her move. And Wine Trail tries to quicken in from the inside. It's the Fabulous Moolah. Wine Trail along the rail. The Fabulous Moolah and Wine Trail. The Fabulous Moolah for 2 in a row. Wine Trail at a big price for second. Then Midmon, One Flashy Girls in a photo for fourth with Bad Connection. There's the payer of the day, that 10-cent super with those bombs second and fourth. 1,177. Pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, our Tuesday opener in about 45 minutes at 1:15. Beautiful afternoon for thoroughbred racing, fast track. We have 9 races. Let's open up our programs. Here are today's changes. In the opener, scratch 1A Tuck a Buck Away, 1A Tuck a Buck Away out of the Tuesday opener, which will start the early double and the early pick 4. Early pick 3 will start in race 2. Scratch 5, a Florida Endeavor. 5 Florida Endeavor. Scratch from the second race. Race 3 will start our pick 6, a $1 minimum wager. Number 4, Devilly, has an additional workout. 17th of August here at Finger Lakes, a good racetrack. 3/8, 36.30 seconds, breezing. 2:13 is the approximate post time for our pick 6. Once again, a $1 minimum wager, old school style pick 6. 9 race cards, so the fourth will offer a double and a pick 3, and we have a couple of scratches, 6 and 8, Dean Verdile and Who is Jarrett. 6 Dean Verdile, 8 Who is Jarrett out of the fourth. Pick 5 starts in race 5 this afternoon. Big scratch 7, Creation of Adam. Big morning line favorite stays in the barn. A 7, Creation of Adam out of the 5th. 1A Anointed Spirit, 1 pound over. Race 6 will commence our late pick 4. Number 3, Cashel Kitten, 1 pound over the weight. 7th race will start the late pick 3. And we scratch number 3, X-Top. 3 X-Top out of the 7th. Race 8 will begin the late daily double. A couple of scratches, 7 and 9, Make It in New York and Oliver with a Twist. 7, Make It in New York, 9, Oliver with a Twist, both scratched from the 8th race. Tuesday Nightcap, start with the scratches, 9 and 10, Easy Toll and MAS Scroovies. 9 and 10, both out of the Nightcap. A jockey change on the 1, Frankie Knows Best to Christian Navarro. Those are the changes for the Tuesday card. What a beautiful day we have here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. First post, 1:15. Up next, Mr. Dave Matthijs.
Hey, welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Getting some nice weather. It's almost like fall-like, but not quite there. Still a little bit warmer. I think we're getting to the 70s, but at least rain-free. So we're going to have a dry, fast racetrack today. Yesterday, a good day for Richard Schaefer. He took over the Bruce Anderson barn last year. Yeah, that one had an incredible performance. Little Miss Sunshine held off Golden Moonlight in the feature race. How good is that one right now? The horse has won 3 consecutive races to start off its career. What a job Richard Schaefer's done with that one. And he won consecutive races because he also won with Fast France. So congratulations to him to really starting to heat up that barn a little bit. He's got another live one in today. We got 9 races on today's card. Yesterday, you seemed to have to be on or near the lead most of the day. Of course, then the last race, roughly run race, but the 2 closers, Wine Trail and the Fabulous Moolah, were the ones that kind of laid over the field. They came closing late, was far back to the 3rd place horse, but Fabulous Moolah going pretty well and got another victory. Well, the pick 4, we do have one in the 1st, but we also have a late one starting in the 6th. So the pick 6 remains in the 3rd race, that $1 pick 6, but the pick 5 moves to the 5th race, still the last 5 races of the card. Again, the pick 6, not the last 6 races, but remains in race number 3. The pick 5 starts in race number 5 today with a 9-race card. See if I can remember that. See if I can remember if it was a 9-race card today. First race, we scratched the 1A, Tuck a Buck Away. The competitive race here in the 1st. It's downwards of 2 races since the date. And you can make a case for a few of them. I mean, Feudal's numbers are good. Actually ran well in the sprint. Anything passable. More of the wide trip that beat him last time. You got Masked Marauder dropping in class for the Sauls. War of Thrones coming off a win. I'm going to take a shot here with Torelli and the Niz and Stephen Frett with Special Story. One of the things I saw in here, there isn't a lot of speed in this race. And I think Special Story's got enough tactical speed to be out there with Ganonigan and our boy Bodie, who aren't that fast anyway. Special Story could get the lead if he breaks well and wants it. He didn't break that well last time. Kind of just got off slowly. Took him a little while to get into the race and actually still ran well to be third because he's not one of those horses that sits back and makes a big run. He likes to be up close throughout. Better break today. It is 6 furlongs. I could see him with the early pace. And that could give him an advantage over some of the main contenders in here, talking about the closers like Anything Passable or a Masked Marauder who's going to take a lot of money trying to close late. Of course, Masked Marauder not really going with his best distance today, but is dropping in for 5. The one Anything Passable, yeah, I thought the wide trip, I mean, it was a short distance for him nowadays at 6 furlongs because he doesn't have a lot of speed, but the horse that beat him, Preferred Outcome, finishes second a lot, and that one was just better than those horses enough to finally get the victory. But Anything Possible was rolling late on the outside. It's just the wide trip. It's hard enough to close ground when there's not a lot of pace up front, but when you're with that kind of a trip way out there in the middle of the racetrack, the whole trip, kind of hard to get there. Well, nowadays he is one of those horses that is at the mercy of the pace. He's not quite as good as he was last year. Still a workhorse. This horse runs every week and runs well. And he ran decently last time. And if the thing's set up for him, he can come close late. One of the things I saw, though, in this race, there just simply isn't a lot of speed for him to run at. But he might be better than most of these. And Masked Marauder's a tricky read. Clearly, he's faced much tougher competition. Not a lot of morning activity for this horse. Says he hasn't run since July. His last race isn't that bad. He lost to a better horse in Samé and Bustin Pietre. But again, he drops to 5,000. And the other issue I had with him is the record at the distance. Does seem to be a little better at different distances when you're winless going 3/4 with only 1 second in 10 starts. Now, of course, that's much tougher competition. Sometimes that doesn't matter when you're at 5,000 and just the best horse. So tricky read is Masked Marauder. I think he's got to be considered on the drop in class alone. I'm going to use him third, though. I mean, he's going to be the favorite. Looks like up there he's 3-2 early. You got War of Thrones also getting some play early, coming off a victory. I mean, he really didn't beat much. You'll see the other horses run today. Drossel Diem and Our Man Mike. Our Man Mike obviously was probably the best horse, but he just can't get rolling. I mean, that horse just comes from so far back that it's hard for him to get there. 7 furlongs, he probably would have beat War of Thrones. But other than that, he ran his race, and maybe that's a little confidence builder for him. A little tougher today for War of Thrones, but I'm going to use him fourth here. I'm going to go the 4-1-7-6. Just kind of looking at the pace more than anything. Again, front speed was pretty good early in the day on yesterday's card. We do scratch the 5, Florida Endeavor, out of race number 2. We're down to 5 betting interests. Could go the horse I thought comes out of the best race, and I'm talking about Mass Appeal. Mass Appeal, 5-1 morning line. And the other thing is, I mean, yeah, it's an 11-9 race, but the race that he comes out of, race was won by Almondro, who was a drop down after running against much tougher competition. We've already seen Tommy the Torch yesterday come out of that race to win, to stay at the 11-9 level. We also saw Production Credit drop in class to 5,000. Granted, there was no speed in the race, but that horse won pretty easily, dropping to 5. Well, Mass Appeal's making the same drop out of that same Almendro race to 5,000 today. Not only is he dropping to 5,000, it's the particular condition that he's dropping into. Non-winners of a race since a date, or never won 4 races, and that's the big part. 3 of the rivals, the 3 inside rivals, are in for the 4 lifetime. That means they're only 3-time winners. Mass Appeal is a 9-time winner. Not only a 9-time winner, he's running against tougher competition. 5-1, when you take all that into consideration, the race he comes out of, the competition today, not just 5, but the beaten 5, you can forgive the last race anyway. In his other races, he's got better numbers than these rivals. So, 5-1, I'm not going off on a limb here. I mean, the Murph one yesterday, it's just come out of better races, could be the best horse. Now, worry about the speed of this race. Drossel Diem does look like the speed. It's 5.5. That makes this horse very dangerous. Send into the front end under Raf Rohina. I would think that All Time Classic is going to be aggressive too, to try to get out there with Drossel Diem, but I don't know if he's as fast. That's the thing. If Drossel Diem gets a clear lead, he's going to be awfully tough to catch in here. I'll go with the 3, Knight of the Crown. He got a confidence builder last time, dropping to 5,000, but that was in a 3 lifetime. Moves to this condition, which is the split condition. Now at the distance, got a win in a second. So could be just good right now, and wouldn't be a big surprise if he came right back. So I'm going to go with the 6, 2, and 3 in race number 2. There's some prices. I had mass believing with Florida Endeavor in the race, but that one's out anyway. Probably going to lower my price. Third race, an allowance race going a distance of 6 furlongs. Fillies and Mares have never won 2 races. Well, I don't expect a big price on this one. Talk about, boy, is she a lady. Man, this horse dominated when she broke her maiden against maiden special weights. And she didn't run badly at all in that 2 lifetime. Keep in mind, the horse that beat her, Little Miss Sunshine, man, that one is good right now. Talking about Richard Schaefer yesterday with Little Miss Sunshine. Yeah, that was the 2 lifetime win for Little Miss Sunshine. Again, she came back to win against a really tough field. A couple of those horses were in the Niagara Stakes that she beat yesterday. So, not getting beat all that badly to Little Miss Sunshine. No such rival in here. She looks like the horse to beat. Now, you got a couple other ones that have a shot. I mean, I talk about My Sweet Summer's my 3rd choice. She could be the speed. There isn't a lot of speed in here. It's not like she's shown that much pace, though. But she's well bred. She just hasn't run to that breeding. They paid $50,000 for her off the claim, and she was originally a $75,000 weanling. If anything, she's worth all of that for breeding. But, yeah, she just hasn't run to it the last couple races. She'll definitely get played. I think Jeremiah's horses always go off the favorite when they're that well bred. But, Devil E is another one. Didn't really like her on top, but maybe to hit the board. She's had a lot of chances against a little bit tougher. 1 for 23 in her career. And her 1 win was on an off track. Some of her better numbers are on the turf, too. I mean, she's very well bred for the turf. The Dam, all 3 of her wins were on the turf, so she probably needs a $5,000 race on the turf here at Finger Lakes. Be able to run it on the infield. But even in this dirt race, I think she's at least got a chance to hit the board just on company kept and numbers-wise. This race didn't come up that tough, other than Boy Is She a Lady and My Sweet Summer, that she's got to be considered to at least hit the board. Then you got Ray Lou Gutierrez, one of the top riders in the country, aboard. Now you got the 2, My Sweet Summer. Could be any kind. I mean, you could see this horse really wake up and dominate this field. I mean, the breeding says that she should. I mean, this is a horse out of a Dam by Minecraft, and that one was a half to a couple of good ones, including a multiple graded stakes winner. So the breeding is there for My Sweet Summer. It's a relatively paceless field that if this horse has enough sprint speed to get out there, turning back a distance from the mile, she could be tough holding the rail. But there's other speed. They're just not that fast. I mean, Maddie's Surprise showed speed when she broke her maiden, but she went 47 and change. You got Star's Delight was out there with the pace when she broke her maiden, but she went 47 and change. So how fast are they? I mean, that's a big question here, too, is you got horses that have shown speed, but they're showing speed going 23 and 47 in these sprint races. So didn't see a lot of speed in here in that sense. The 5 Stars Delight, she can improve off of her debut. She looked good winning. How good was that field? I guess that's still got to see how some of these horses come out of that race. But it was a good-looking performance. It's always tough to win first out against maiden special weights, and she did just that. And you got to think with the lack of pace in here, they're speed, but they're not that fast speed that she could be out there with the early speed again. And any improvement, yeah, she could make it 2 in a row. Although the field does look like it's tougher with Boy Is She a Lady, My Sweet Summer, and Devilly in the race. But other than that, I mean, this horse plays. 6-4-2-5. Of course, there's only 6 horses in the race. Go to the fourth. Fourth race, again, that pick 6 still remains in the third. So the fourth, we just got the pick 3. Remember, the pick 5 starts in the 5th. So maybe you'll take a little break and throw some tries or big exactas here in the fourth. You can kind of narrow the race down. I mean, you got Devious Mo dropping in class, and our man Mike, will the horse get there from off the pace? I mean, doesn't that seem like the race? I mean, Brock Moninoff kind of plays a little bit because he's got speed, and that's pretty much it. I mean, Lover's Leap looks like he's fourth. I mean, it just looks, sometimes when it looks that easy, sometimes it's not. But, and there is this, it's a little bit of a scary drop, too, for Devious Mo. He did get a win, but he ended up getting later disqualified from the purse monies. But he went into the state bred allowance, and the last stage just got loose and gone, just was gone on the front. And mainly because Gray Wing didn't break all that well. And then you got Invaluable Will coming out of that race. That horse is going good right now. That one came back to win against a little bit easier condition. Not this easy, but a little bit easier than that one state bred. But it turned out to be a good race, is the point. So you're coming out of a good one state bred. You got an excuse for not winning because the pace didn't come back. And you're in for 5. That's not a positive sign. But, the barn won 2 yesterday. This is the best horse on paper. He should still be good enough to win for 5. That is, if our man Mike doesn't catch him. Our man Mike is better than 5,000 claimers. I think there's no doubt about that. It's just, he doesn't get there in a route. He doesn't get there in a sprint. He's got that one run, but he's kind of always at the mercy of the pace no matter what the competition. I mean, if you watch his last race, he's just rolling. It's almost like he's walking by horses at the end, but he's so far back making up that ground, he didn't quite catch the last horse, War of Thrones. Is that going to be the case with Devious Mo or Brock Moninoff? Get out there and are reaching for the wire. Is he going to be able to close and get there? He makes it fun. If you like those deep closers, you can count on him rallying late. It's just, can he get there to catch Devious Mo or Brock Moninoff, who figure to be the other 2 main contenders? Brock Moninoff, of course, could be the speed here of the speed. I mean, Holy Cowboy and Solar Zen have a little bit of speed, but I think Brock Moninoff has a little classier speed, and he could be dangerous in that sense. If front speed types are good today, Brock Moninoff, who's faced tougher in the past, he stopped last time, but it was a decent field that he was up against, and this is 6 furlongs. If he can get out there and relax, maybe he can last a little bit. I mean, this is his 3rd start off of the main layoff since October. I think he's dangerous, especially if Devious Mo doesn't have it on the drop, if he's dropping for a certain reason, and our man Mike can't close to get there. Really, the horse for 4th, probably between Lover's Leap and Holy Cowboy. Holy Cowboy's probably chasing or trying to press the pace of Brock Moninoff. The Lover's Leap can stalk and land a share, could get 3rd or 4th in here. It's really how I see the race, 2, 4, 3, 5. Not really rocket science, some of those races. 5th race, a maiden race. This one goes a distance of 1 mile and a 16th. We do scratch the 7, Creation of Adam. I have to dive in a little bit deeper into this one. And looking more from a pace standpoint, I would think that Street Cop Officer is going to get first run on some of the other main contenders in here. Nemo's Fortune refuses to show any speed. The day that he should have won, back in June 28th, I think it was, there was no speed in the race, just refused to show any speed, took back, and cost him hitting the board. Last time was a little more aggressive. I don't know, but not fast enough to think that he's going to be on the front end. I think that Street Cop Officer at least is going to be with the early pace and get first run on the main contenders anyway. The numbers are pretty equal. When you look at, even Looking Grand coming out of the maiden claimers has similar numbers buyer-wise as some of the other main contenders in here. Dr. Darby, Nemo's Fortune, but looking at it from that pace standpoint, and the horse that's going to get the first run on, at least be with the pace, maybe put away the other speed, and then you're going to be waiting for Dr. Darby to be rolling late, maybe Nemo's Fortune with a stalking trip. I would think the Street Cop Officer is going to have that advantage. You look at the last race that this horse was in, was close up, and Lugu had a masterful ride with, it was a horse adding blinkers, had a lot of chances against maidens, but there wasn't a lot of speed in the race. And remember, Normandy just shot out to the front end on a good inside day and was just gone. Street Cup Officer actually had the wider trip, trying to stalk and try to chase after that one. He just didn't come back. So from that standpoint, remember, Normandy moves on. You don't have much speed in here. This horse is out there with the close up to the early pace, can win. Dr. Darby had the misfortune, got pinched at the start. Actually, a couple horses got squeezed at the start. This one, and I think it was Uncle Taco, I think was the other one from the outside. Both had equally bad starts, and this one was rolling late. If you watch him, he's going by horses, had a ton of horse late, but it was no threat to the top two, mainly because of the start, really compromised by it. Better start today. He's still going to be a late closer, so he's still going to have to make up a few lengths, and not sure how the pace standpoint will be, but you got to at least give him the excuse last time that the start really compromised his chances. Mentioned Nemo's Fortune. Yeah, much better tactics last time and ran a good second, and just ran against a horse stretching out that had really strong route breeding, and that one came rolling down the middle of the track, and Nemo's Fortune ran a good race. Give him another chance going long. This will be his third time going long. It's a field that he could run well against and beat, and he should be up there close with the early pace as well. I'll throw in Looking Grand for fourth. Not out of it. This horse, again, technically steps up in class, but when you look at the numbers, really not. I mean, these maiden special weights aren't much tougher in a sense of the numbers that he's posting. He's always right there. The question is, does he want to win? If he's not winning for the 11 and 9 when he's in the race, is he going to beat these? But he did catch a couple good ones at the 11 and 9 level. So, maybe today's the day trying this mile and a 16th distance. I'm going to go the 3-2-5-1 in the 5th. Moving right along. 6th race in 11 and 9, never won 2 condition, going a mile 70. Like these route races, actually. Going to go with the 5, Colton Goes. I mean, had everything his own way when he broke his main against special weights, but he did it off of a layoff. So you don't see that a lot here at Finger Lakes. Horses coming off the winter layoff and then winning going long. It doesn't happen very often. I mean, I guess it helped that he did get a kind of a easy pace. They went 51 to the half, 116 to 3/4. I mean, nobody went with this horse. Then he tried allowance horses, wasn't that good. Dropped to the 11 and 9 last time and ran extremely well. And he won on the front end to break his maiden. Well, that race, he was circling the field. It was a big 20-1 shot that just kind of shook loose on the front end. You can almost say that Mount Vernon boy stole the race, because when they got past the half-mile pole, the horse kind of opened up on the field. He got a little tired late, but he had such a big lead that he didn't come back to him. I mean, I think it was Red Hot Lincoln came out of that race to win yesterday. So it turns out to be a decent race too. But good effort by the winner, Mount Vernon boy. Just stole the race on the front. But Colton Goes ran the best of everybody else in that race. Closing ground on the outside, just wasn't getting to the winner. A repeat of that effort probably does today. I got him on top. I'll use Old Point for second. Another one coming out of a race that the winner got away. I mean, the other speed didn't go with Big George's Kingdom. And when you let a horse like Big George's Kingdom loose on the lead, Big George's Kingdom is not coming back to you. So Old Point has a similar excuse as Colton Goes. One of the things you can say about Old Point, though, you talk about a horse that's pretty well bred. Here's a horse by Curlin that cost $475,000 as a yearling. I mean, even if when these horses are running for cheaper here at Finger Lakes, that breeding's there, and sometimes they wake up in a big way. I mean, this is a half to Collected, who was a multiple graded stakes winner. You look at the last race, and again, it was the pace of the race where everybody tries to take a run midway through the race while the horse is alone out there. A lot of times they back up and get tired, and Old Point is definitely live, dropping in class here to the 11-9 level. I mean, Big George's Kingdom's good as it is. Probably coming out of the best race. Hutch, the same thing. I mean, Hutch is coming out of the Mount Vernon Boy race, and same race as Colton Goes. I did think Colton Goes ran the better race. I mean, Hutch had a nice inside trip, stalked most of it, so he wasn't really chasing. He did start to chase late in the race, and maybe that's why he faded a little bit. I did think that Colton Goes ran the better race of the two, as he made the similar drop last time as Colton Goes. So similar form when you look at Colton Goes and Hutch. Just thought that Colton Goes might have run the better race last time. Okay, Jinsu Warrior's a tricky read. He's had a lot of chances in his career, facing some tougher competition in New York. Only win was a rout. I mean, he's running primarily sprints, but his only career victory was a rout. But he does seem like some of his better numbers are on the turf and in sprint races. So really tough to gauge Jinsu Warrior, whose recent form isn't that good, but he does face easier here, dropping in for 11-9, going to Finger Lakes. I just didn't like how many chances the horses had, but at least he attracts John Davila, who does ride a lot of live ones. So 5-1-2-8 in the 6th. 7th race, scratch the 3, X-Top. Yeah, this was a competitive one. Tough time with this one. Probably the first race of the 7th race. The rest of them seemed like you could really narrow it down to 2 or 3 horses. But the 7th race, I am going to go with a horse dropping in class. Going to give Lugu a chance in here. Been facing tougher, although it seems like his form is going the other way. Usually those are the drop downs you don't like to play. But you also got to look at the competition. And you got to also look at the fact that they stretched this horse out for the first times in a long time since May. First time here at Finger Lakes. Talk about BC glory days. Comes out of a race where it was a tougher field. I don't give him much excuse last time, though, because the pace wasn't that fast. It was just better horses. I guess that's the excuse. He's up against much better horses. He's not going to beat those horses. You know, Bingo John is no slouch. I was actually impressed that Kong Loves a Fight was able to close by Bingo John in the late stages of that one. Really surprised. It was the last race. Seemed like Jeremiah's horses were going to run 1-2 in there. And then the winner ran a big race. So to finish 4th against those 3 horses, I think that race is still good enough to beat these $5,000 claimers. He's got good early speed. He hasn't had a lot of recent route experience, but he certainly can go long. And again, just company kept. So was it really that he ran a bad race last time because it was a slow pace, or he just got passed by much better horses? It was a deep closer that ended up winning. I'll go with Mo Danson adding blinkers for second. You know, maybe the equipment change could help as well. But he actually comes off a good performance last time, running second to drop down Gemini Slew. The previous starts aren't as good, so at least he's getting closer, showing improvement, and maybe the equipment change could get him to the winner's circle. Off the last race, I'm going to use Mo Danson. Red Fortress dropped in class last time. You would have liked to see him win easier than what he did. But it was another one. It was first time stretching out this year. Hadn't gone long since November. So maybe he can improve off that race. I usually say that, but generally not with Michael S. Ferraro. When he stretches them out, they run a good race. He's a good stretch out trainer. So don't expect him to improve much off of the win. And he just got up over March Madness Party, who's in this race. But there's a chance that he will improve second time going long this year. I will throw in a little bit of a long shot for 4th, talking about Synonym BC. Synonym BC has run some good races in the past, competitive against the 2 lifetimes last year, and then his first start this year was at Monmouth. I mean, come on, that race is a much tougher race, even though it's at the same bottom level. But the big thing is, he probably needed that race last time. He was off since October. First start was in July. And again, said it earlier, it's tough to win the cheap races here at Finger Lakes, the $5,000 races, I should say, coming off long layoffs in these routes. Well, probably got something out of the race, you would think. And now comes the Finger Lakes second start off of the layoff. Horse by War Dancer obviously wants to go long, so it's probably why they started him long his first start off the layoff. But I would expect big improvement with Synonym BC and to be a contender in here. Will be a price. Eighth race, we scratched the 7, Make It in New York. Significant scratch. That one's going to be a big favorite despite being 4-1 morning line. Scratch the 9, Oliver with a twist. Yeah, tricky. Like I said, I don't love the horse, but going to like the horse on recent form and recent competition. Talking about major spin, I say recent form, but he's been a beaten favorite, 4 starts in a row. Don't usually like that type. But you look at, he does have an excuse, at least 2 races ago, on his form anyway, back on June 14th, caught slop, and he lost all chance, was fractious before the race, and then didn't break all that well after that. Forgive the effort. Throw it out. Last race just got run down by a horse that might have been just sharper, Devil or Angel, just outbattled him. Looks like this horse could be the pressing speed out there with Uncle Vic. Uncle Vic looks to be the speed. And if he just runs his race, he could be tough. But again, tricky read. He hasn't raced since that last race in June. You just hope he doesn't regress coming off that layoff. Horse is well bred. Again, got excuses for him. Got beat by a better horse last time. Should be tough against 5,000s. Interesting horse is Misawa, 6-1 morning line. I mean, here's a horse that got bet down against Knight of the Crown. How was Knight of the Crown not the favorite in that race? So somebody thought highly of Misawa in that one to go off the favorite. I don't like the post here. It does get help with a couple of the scratches. He's coupled with Navy Pier, who's turning back in distance. Numbers say that Misawa should be tough. Just wondering if Dino Freight's had his choice to go to Navy Pier. But you think Misawa's got to be the tougher of the 2. The 8, Central Love, on a roll right now, winning a couple in a row. Davila initially made the choice to go to Make It in New York, which made sense. That horse was going to be 3-5 in here. I don't know how Central Love was favored over Make It in New York, but the horse is good right now. He's won a couple in a row and tries to make it 3 in a row. This is much tougher, though. You look at the numbers that he's winning with and the fields that he's beating. This is actually a lot tougher when you look at Major Spin and Misawa. I will throw in Uncle Vic for 4th. This horse is having a tough time getting the lead all of a sudden. If he can get out there with a bug rider and get to the front end in here, he could be just gone. He's 8-1 morning line, but very dangerous. I'm just worried that, did he lose his speed? I know he got off slow a couple starts ago. That was one of the reasons he didn't make the front. But his last race, I don't know, he didn't really show the same kind of speed that he had. I don't know. Maybe he's not breaking all that well. Well, you saw it the race before. I mean, that was really had to do with the start more than anything. But if he can shoot out there and find his old speed, Uncle Vic, very dangerous in the 8th. We'll go to the 9th. Finish it off running out of time with a 9-race card. Scratch the 9 and the 10. Went with a 2, 3, 4, and 8. Give All Biz another chance to close and get the victory here. Super Princess looks like the speed. Rucks and Rocks, very logical player in the 9th. Enjoy today's card. Remember, 9 races. That means the pick 6 in the 3rd, but the pick 5, best wager at the track, starts at the 5th. We'll continue live racing Monday through Wednesday. Obviously, next live day will be tomorrow with that 1:15 first post. So I'll see you then.
On the track for the Tuesday opener, sprinting at 6 furlongs, $5,000 claimers, now winners of 2 races in the past year. 3-year-olds and up, scratch 1A, tuck a buck away. Fast racetrack, 9 races this afternoon. Race 1 will start the early double and the early pick 4. Our Tuesday opener in a little more than 5 minutes. Here they are, number 1, Anything Possible, Nazario Alvarado. He's looking for his 15th career victory, Anything Possible. The 2 is Ganandagan with Giovanni Paredes. Next will be the 3, Our Boy Bodie, Jackie Davis. For his special story, looking for his 13th career score, his jockey is Stephen Fred. 5 is Feudal. He's looking for his 15th career trip to the winner's circle. He has the services of Joel Cruz. 6 is War of Thrones, Kay Berkoa. He's the current favorite. And 7 is Masked Marauder, Jose Baez. That's the field of 7. Our Tuesday opener at 1:15. A beautiful Tuesday afternoon. 9 races here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. A fast racetrack for the Tuesday program. Track announcer Tony Kalo up here in the booth. Let's talk about this Tuesday opener. Got some salty veterans in here. Special stories looking for his 13th career victory. Feudal's looking for career win number 15. Anything Possible right there, looking for $300,000 in earned money and his 15th overall. Some nice veterans here for this 5,000. Now winners of 2 on the year. My top pick will be the 4, Special Story. I loved his race on the 27th of June. I could see him doing that once again, popping the starting gate and never looking back. Last time out, fans, he had a disastrous beginning, compromising all of his chances. And despite what happened at the start, he still ran very well. This horse likes to be forwardly positioned. He likes to get involved. He did not get to utilize what serves him best on the 8th of August, and he still ran very well. From 8th to 3rd, when it was all said and done, only 2 1/4 lengths behind the winner. Much better start this afternoon, and Special Story could be difficult to handle. I'll take the 7-2. 6, War of Thrones, I think's an up-and-comer. He's a 5-year-old in against a bunch of veterans. He's sharp right now. A big effort 2-back. A good-looking victory on the 8th of August. Never underestimate a sharp equine. He's sharp. He could be the horse to beat. I've got him my second pick. 7, Masked Marauder. Just from a class standpoint, I had to put him in my top 4 selections. Not really in love with them by any means. These are the type of horses I try to stay away from. I will say this at Finger Lakes, horses with a lot of past class, when they drop down, they seem to perform better here over this racetrack than at other racetracks around the country. Growing up in California, when I would see these type of class-passed horses dropping all the way to the bottom, they were the ones I was trying to beat. I did some research. You know, he graduated once upon a time in August of 2021 in a 5.5 furlong turf race at Saratoga. His second career victory was over a muddy racetrack at Aqueduct, going 6.5. That was against state-bred competition. That's a good race, but it was a muddy racetrack. And then his most recent victory was last October, on the 23rd of October, at Belmont at the Big A, and that was a 25 N3L going 7 furlongs. So all 3 of his victories are not at the 6 furlong distance. One of them was on the turf, one of them was in the mud, and one was going 7 furlongs. And despite the big class drop, he's the big favorite. This is a horse I try to beat. 3-2. There it is. Won Anything Possible for 4th. He's a salty veteran. He's won a lot of money the last few years. Ran a good race on the 7th of August. You know, he was 7 lengths out turning for home. The pace was soft, 46-4, and despite that soft pace, he still was running on strongly. Feudal comes out of the same affair. A lot of respect for Anything Possible, and he's a good number on the board. Special Story, the 11-year-old. He's the elder statesman here in our Tuesday opener. He's my top pick to get the card underway. Couple of minutes until the Tuesday opener. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the Tuesday opener. The horses are just arriving at the starting gate. 7 Masked Marauder on the class drop. He is the favorite to commence our Tuesday program. Special Story and War of Thrones, both vying for the role of the second choice to this point in the wagering. A beautiful Tuesday afternoon here in Western New York. 9 races this afternoon. Here we go with the loading process for the opener. Ganondagon, the first one in. Our boy Bodie moving forward. Special Story, the 11-year-old looking for 2 out of 3 in his 13th career victory. Feudal's a 10-year-old. He's looking for his 15th career trip to the winner's circle. War of Thrones, a 5-year-old. He's looking for 2 in a row. There's Anything Possible, the 8-year-old looking for his 15th career victory, just shy of $300,000 in earnings. And here is the favorite, Masked Marauder, to the outside, ready for the opener. And there they go. Disastrous start for Ganondagon, unseating the jockey. Special Story broke running this afternoon. Our boy Bodie with a new dimension. He's the quickest. Special Story wants the target. Masked Marauder is currently in the 4th spot. That's Anything Possible in the 3rd position. War of Thrones is 5th along the inside, 4 lengths from the front. About 4.5 to Feudal, and once again, a Ganondagon unseated the jockey at the start. Our boy Bodie, an unexpected pacemaker, but here's Special Story who got the target. He broke aggressively this afternoon. Looks pretty good heading into the turn. Look at Special Story. Anything Possible's in the clear, and he's beginning his run under a vigorous drive. In the 4th spot is War of Thrones. The up-and-comers really gearing up. Masked Marauder on the class drop, going nowhere to this point. He has been joined by Feudal, who's trying to kick up his gear. 3/16 to travel. Special Story, the one to come and catch. War of Thrones and Anything Possible are pursuing. Special Stories under left-handed urging. Anything Possible and War of Thrones are reeling them in. Anything Possible and War of Thrones. Anything Possible, War of Thrones. Anything Possible, War of Thrones. Who's it gonna be? Anything Possible. His 15th career victory. He's over $300,000 in earnings, out finishing War of Thrones. Farther back was Special Story and Feudal. All right, fans, the inquiry sign will be coming up on the board. Stewards want to see what happened to Ganondagon at the start. 112 and 86 100ths. Special Story Got to the lead, looked pretty good. Past the 3/8, could not keep it going. Anything possible in War of Thrones. A good Tuesday opener. Voto will determine the winner. Once again, hold all tickets. Inquiry in progress. Stewards are looking at 2 Ganondagon at the start of the Tuesday opener. One is the winner, Anything Possible. Second place, 6 War of Thrones. Third place, 4 Special Story. Fourth place, 5 Feudal. Anything Possible. His 15th career victory. Over $300,000 in the bank for this salty veteran, an 8-year-old Abe Gelding by Mission Impossible out of the damn lightning pace, owned and trained by Lugu Louis Gutierrez, winning jockey Nazario Alvarado. New York bred by Mockingbird Farms LLC along with Spotted Pony LLC. No change to the order of finish. 2 Ganondagon caused his own troubles at the start. Order of finish will stand as is, 1, 6, 4, 5. And the opener is official. 1645 top 4 finishers, a nice exacta $31.80, a nice trifecta $35, the 10-cent super $21.35. Second race, scratch 5 Florida Endeavor, 5 Florida Endeavor, scratch from race 2. It will commence the early pick 3, post time in about 21 minutes.
10 minutes to post for race number 2. That was Anything Passable. Finally breaking through, get the victory. And a special story, was alone on the lead, and this one's still able to run that rival down. Big effort as Naz Alvarado gets the victory for Lugu. Louis Gutierrez to start us off. Good to see a horse come off the pace and win. Second race, a 5,000 claimer. Now there's a race since the date where never won 4 races. Goes the distance of 5.5 furlongs. A lot of early play on the 3. Knight of the Crown, looking for 2 in a row. Was dominant against an easier field when dropping in 5 last time. The other horse getting some play is Mass Appeal, who's at 3-2. Those are the only 2 really getting any kind of early action, 5-horse field. I did like Mass Appeal, mainly because of the drop-in class and the race that he comes out of. Race was won by Almandro, a big drop down. Already had a couple horses out of the race come back to win. Talk about Tommy the Torch, who finished third. He came back to win yesterday. And Production Credit came back to win last week, alone on the lead when making the same drop, dropping to 5,000, ended up winning easily. Well, this one wasn't much of a factor in the race, but the race was a good one. And the race before wasn't that badly beaten against a tougher group. So get some class relief here, dropping to 5,000. Mass Appeal, one of the main contenders, at odds of 3-2. One of 2 horses trained by the Tim Murphy. The other horses to consider, it would be Drossel Diem, who looks like the inside speed of the race, and 5.5 could be dangerous if this horse can get a clear early lead. He did stop going 3/4 last time, beaten by War of Thrones and the deep closer, our man Mike's, but he may not have to go as fast to get the lead. He's just got to, and shortens up to 5.5, which makes him a major player in here if he is able to get that clear lead. But there is some other speed in this race. It's just a matter of can he get to the lead and get clear in race number 2, one of the other 3-time winners. I mentioned this earlier. You got 3 3-time winners in here with a split condition. The other 2, Harrison Knows and Mass Appeal, have multiple wins, and then you got Mass Appeal, a 9-time winner, basically against some 3-time winners. That should give him a big advantage, especially dropping in class to 5,000. So he's the one that's a strong contender in here. That's one I got on top. I got 6, 2, and 3. Use Knight of the Crown third. He's getting some play right now. Good looking performance last time, beating an easier field when he dropped in, but he did it quite convincingly by 5 lengths, so it wouldn't be a big surprise if he came back again to beat this group. Exacta Try Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2, and we scratched the 5, Florida Endeavor.
Second race, 5.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of a race in the past 6 months, or non-winners of 4 races, $5,000 claimers. Scratch 5, Florida Endeavor. Field of 5, second race commences the early pick 3, post time in a little more than 5 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1 all-time classic, Kevin Navarro. 2, Drossel Diem, Rafael Rohina Jr. 3, Knight of the Crown, gunning for 2 in a row. The favorite with Nazario Alvarado. Naz is looking to sweep the early double. Skip ahead to the 6, Mass Appeal, Emmanuel Di Diego, 1 of 2 for the Murph. Stablemate to the 1 all-time classic. 5, Florida Endeavor with scratch, skipping the parade for Harrison Nose, Michael Davila Jr. Lugu looking to sweep the early double himself. Harrison Nose and Michael Davila Jr., the longest shot of the quintet, our second race in a little more than 4 minutes. 4 to 5, Knight of the Crown. 8 to 5, Mass Appeal. I'm going to go with the 6, Mass Appeal as my top pick, hoping he can replicate the 3rd of July affair. That was a heck of a horse race in which he gave Conformist all he could handle. It's not like Mass Appeal's been an off-track specialist. He was 1 for 11. Or 1 for 10, I guess it would be, entering that 3rd of July affair. Over a sealed, sloppy racetrack, but he ran huge. And I'm not a buyer guy by any means, but he did get a lofty 70 buyer, and he shows some 72s and 70s last year against some pretty good horses. Last time he was in a pretty salty little spot. Almendro was on a big class drop and dominated that group. Tommy the Torch exited that affair and won yesterday against $11,000 competition. Murph has all-time classic. Perhaps they were both entered to ensure this race would go for Mass Appeal. That's what I'm hoping for. Mass Appeal with my top pick from the far outside. Emmanuel Di Diego, I noted yesterday, he's off to a heck of a 2023 season. He's got a lot of victories. In fact, he has almost as many victories this season as he did last year, and we still have a ton of racing to do here. Mass Appeal, my top pick from the far outside. 3, Knight of the Crown, looked good winning on the 8th of August. Perhaps that was a confidence builder. You will see these type of horses get dropped to the bottom, score authoritatively, and all of a sudden their confidence is beaming. Knight of the Crown right now, our 4 to 5 favorite. Looks like one of the players looking for 2 in a row. 2, Drossel Diem, I think is worth a little bit of respect here. We're going to get a little bit of a price also at 8 to 1. He should be forwardly positioned along the inside. I'm not big on backing horses who have substantial leads at the 8th pole and can't seal the deal, but to Drossel Diem's credit, it was over a good racetrack. He is not as good on a wet racetrack as he is on a dirt fast racetrack. 0 for 5 when it's wet, 3 for 14 with 2 seconds on a fast track. So even though he had that 4-length lead to work with and couldn't seal the deal, I'm not going to hold it too much against him, especially considering, look at the horses that finished in front of him. War of Thrones, very good these days, running a game Tuesday opener. Hourman Mike is my top pick coming up in the 4th race. Drossel Diem, if you're looking for some value on the board at 8 to 1, I think we just found him. 6-3-2 in race 2 to start the early pick 3. 1 minute, post time in a minute. It's post time for the second race. Knight of the Crown looking for 2 in a row. He's the favorite. Mass Appeal, the solid second choice. All-time classic stablemate to Mass Appeal, the first of the quintet into the gate. Here's Drossel Diem. Next will be the favorite, Knight of the Crown. Harrison Nose up next. And Mass Appeal will be the last of 5 to the outside. Slight reluctancy from Harrison Nose. Now he is situated. Mass Appeal to the outside. Ready for the start of the early pick 3. And there they go. All-time classic away in last. Mass Appeal breaks aggressively. Drossel Diem wants to go. Knight of the Crown also showing pace with Harrison Nose. All-time classic, the last of the quintet. Drossel Diem is the quickest of the quick, a length to Knight of the Crown. Harrison Nose 3 wide, Mass Appeal with a deep journey. 4 wide, stuck out there in no man's land heading into the turn. All-time classic is 5 lengths from Drossel Diem. And Drossel Diem zips through that opening quarter of 22 and 2. He's the leader, 2.5 to Knight of the Crown. Here's Mass Appeal beginning his best stride to the far outside. He makes a move into second with momentum. All-time classic tries to gear up along the rail. Harrison Nose backs out of it. Here comes Mass Appeal to turn it up on Drossel Diem. Drossel Diem and Mass Appeal. Drossel Diem still with the lead. Mass Appeal had to cover a ton of ground. All-time classic tries to make a move for third, currently held by Knight of the Crown. It still is Drossel Diem. Mass Appeal's trying to come and get him. Drossel Diem with something left. All-time classic with a late threat along the inside, but it is Drossel Diem. He was the value of the race, and he goes gate to wire from all-time classic, Mass Appeal, and Knight of the Crown. One minute 7 and 17/100ths. Drossel Diem, gate to wire. Getting to the wire in front of the Murphy trainees. One all-time classic second. Third place 6, Mass Appeal with his wide trip. Fourth place 3, Knight of the Crown. 2-1-6-3 unofficially in race 2. Entering the winner's circle is the 2 Drossel Diem, a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Carpe Diem out of the Dam Drosselmeyer Smile, owned by Michael Sabine and Stephen Skirpsky. Michael is the winning trader. Winning jockey, Rafael Rohina Jr. Winner was bred in New York by Francis Palangeli. Nice early double, 1-2, $64.50. A 2-1 exacta, $62. 2-1-6 trifecta, $35.25. 10-cent superfecta, 2-1-6-3, $9 and a couple of pennies. All right, the third race will start our Tuesday pick $6 minimum wager, old school style pick 6 for Devilly has an additional workout. 17th of August here at Finger Lakes. Good racetrack that morning. 3/8, 36.30 seconds breezing. If you're playing the pick 6, here are some changes to think about. Fourth race, 6 and 8, both scratched. 6 and 8 out of the fourth. The fifth race, the 7 has been scratched. Creation of Adam. Fifth race, scratch 7, Creation of Adam. Seventh race, scratch the 3X top. 3X top out of the 7th. And in the 8th race, 7 and 9 both scratched. 7 and 9 out of the 8th race. Make it in New York and Oliver with a twist. Tuesday pick 6, 21 minutes away at 2:15.
All right, getting ready for race number 3 is Drossel Diem, able to at 5.5 furlongs shorten up and getting that clear lead. Was tough to catch. All-time classic and Bass Appeal took a run at him, the Murphy duo, but Drossel Diem able to hold on. Rafael Rohina Jr., he just keeps winning races, and he got the victory for Michael Sabine. Third race, an allowance race, Fillies and Mares, never won 2 races. We do start our $1 pick 6 with this race. Start off on the outside. Boy, is she a lady. Comes out of a good race. The race was won by Little Miss Sunshine, probably the best 3-year-old filly here at Finger Lakes. At least so far, she's unbeaten. She's won 3 in a row going through conditions, beating a really good field yesterday. Well, the horse that was second, Tequila, also came back to win out of that race. So turns out to be a good one. She dominated her previous start against Maddie's Surprise, who's in here, and she looks like she's got to be very formidable against this group, and she is getting play at odds of 8-5. The interesting one and the tricky read is the 2 My Sweet Summer. This one was claimed for $50,000 as a maiden. She's had 2 starts since, has shown nothing in those 2 starts, but it is against some tough competition. She's chasing paces. Last time she tried a mile, so was with the pace going a mile, but tired badly as she faded badly. That was back in June. So she shows up here in August at Finger Lakes, and big question mark. I mean, she could have enough sprint speed to hold the rail, and she's certainly well bred. She's out of a dam by Mineshaft. That's an unraced mare, but that mare's a half to My Boy Jack, who was a multiple graded stakes winner. So My Sweet Summer could be any kind here. A little cold on the board for a Jeremiah Engelhardt trainee at odds of 4-1, but she looks like a player. By post time, they'll find her. The 4, Devilly, this one has had chances. She's 1 for 23 in her career. Her one victory was on an off track. She's tried different surfaces. At least on the dam side, she's bred for the turf. All 3 of the dam's wins were on the turf. Picks up Raylu here, and her numbers-wise, she should be very competitive against these. Just a matter of wanting to win it. She's had a lot of chances, though, against tougher competition. She should be a threat. Exacta Try Super Daily Double Pick 3 and the $1 Pick 6 starts with race number 3.
Race 3, 6 fillies and mares, a 6-furlong affair, allowance conditions, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 2 races. For Devilly, an additional workout, 17th of August, Finger Lakes, good racetrack, 3/8, 36.30 seconds breezing. First leg of our Tuesday pick 6. Post time in a little more than 4 minutes. Here they are. Number 1, Jackson Avenue with Jackie Davis. 2 is My Sweet Summer and John Davila Jr. The lone mare, number 3, Maddie Surprise, Emmanuel Di Diego. 4 is Devilly with Raylu Gutierrez. 5 is Skip the Parade. 6, Boy Is She a Lady, Kay Burkoa. She is the current favorite. Skipping the Parade, 5 Stars Delight, Jose Baez. Those are the fillies and mares. Pick 6 at about 2:15. First leg of our Tuesday pick 6. 6, Boy Is She a Lady. That's my top pick. She'd probably be my single, even though this race is pretty competitive. Just got a big feeling about Boy Is She a Lady because of that race 2 back. Loved her that afternoon. She ran like a good thing, easily trouncing Maddie Surprise. Came back and ran into a buzzsaw in her next start, which was 19 days later. That being Little Miss Sunshine, who really looked good winning yesterday in a pretty good race, fans. Those were some nice fillies she was up against yesterday, talking about Little Miss Sunshine, who showed a new dimension yesterday from sitting just off the pace and finishing a full of runs. So Boy Is She a Lady was 3rd behind that rival. Now, the runner-up Tequila took advantage of Boy Is She a Lady getting a little discouraged in the final furlong. Should be noted Tequila exited that affair and got to the winner's circle. Now we get Boy Is She a Lady, and she's been given almost a month off. Kay Burkoa, big race 2 back, going 105 and change. I'm going to make her my top pick with this outside post, 6-5. Race is pretty contentious, though, and there are others in case you are against this top selection. The 2, My Sweet Summer. She's coming to Finger Lakes for the first time. Connections thought her, or the past connections thought enough of her to run her against maiden special weight state breds in her very first career start in early September at Saratoga. I've talked about that. Love horses who debut at Saratoga. Eddie Keneally was the trainer then. He dropped her in for 50 in March at the fairgrounds, and she was claimed out of that winning a maiden race. If you're good enough to break your maiden for $50,000 at fairgrounds, you're probably pretty tough here at Finger Lakes, and the allowance end too well. She is very logical at 3-1. I will say this, though, ever since she left the fairgrounds and she came to New York at Belmont, she hasn't run too well. Now she's here at Finger Lakes for Jeremiah Englehart. I'll make her my second pick. 1, Jackson Avenue faced Tequila on the 8th of August. The pace was very, very live that afternoon. Jackson Avenue and Tequila were the late runners. Unfortunately, I selected Jackson Avenue as my top pick, and Tequila an underneath selection. Seems to be par for the course this season. But what we're getting at is that Boy Is She a Lady, who exited the fair with Little Miss Sunshine and Tequila. Here's Jackson Avenue, who was 3 lengths behind Tequila. Boy Is She a Lady was only a half a length behind that rival. But still, Jackson Avenue, 4-1. That last race was pretty good. You add up the fractions, and they're fairly legit as far as the final time, 106 and change. I'll make her my 3rd selection. 3, Maddie Surprise. You know, she was good enough to be a distant runner-up to Boy Is She a Lady, which made me come back and select her, Maddie Sunshine, on the 18th of July. Rachel Sells thought enough to take her to Saratoga. Granted, it was for $16,000. She didn't run too well that day. Now she's back here at Finger Lakes. The only knock, I guess, would be that the maiden victory, I'm not sure what was behind her, and the interior flow was very favorable for her running style, which had her on the lead going very soft early. It's going to hard to imagine her getting away with that kind of a soft pace and being able to fend off this group. 5 Stars Delight looked good breaking her maiden. We'll see how she performs against this group. And Devilly, who's been competing at the Naira circuit against better, comes to Finger Lakes for the first time, 1 for 23. Pretty contentious group. I think the 6 deserves to be the favorite. She's my top pick here to start at the pick 6. Post time in about a minute. It's post time for the third race. 6 fillies and mares arriving at the starting gate. First leg of our Tuesday pick 6. Big time favorite to the bottom 6. Boy, is she a lady, dominating the wagering here in the third. Jackson Avenue will be the first one into the starting gate. My Sweet Summer. Solid second choice. Second one to load. The lone mare, Maddie Surprise. Jose Baez out of the saddle, Star's Delight, who's a little fired up behind the starting gate. Working on Star's Delight before Devilly and Boy Is She a Lady. Star's Delight is situated. Here comes Devilly and then the big favorite, Boy Is She a Lady, to the outside. Ready for the Tuesday pick 6. And one of them's really acting up. It's Maddie Surprise. Jockey has been unseated. And we've got a little bit of an issue here at the starting gate, going to cause a delay. One of the horses is in a bad situation. And 3, Maddie Surprise, is a late scratch. Acted up in the starting gate. I believe she was seated. She's in somewhat of a tough spot. She has been scratched. 3, Maddie Surprise. This is causing a delay here for the third race. 3, Maddie Surprise, a late scratch. Full refunds, win, play, show wagers, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagers. The double starting here in the third. Refund back of the pick 3 also starting here in race 3. Now concerning the early pick 3, you're going to get a consolation version. Consolation version of the double starting in race 2. Concerning the early pick 4, you will automatically receive the post-time favorite. 3, Maddie Surprise, a late scratch here in race 3, causing a delay. Maddie Surprise is up. She's behind the starting gate. She just found herself in a tough spot, acted up. Once again, 3 Maddie Surprise is a late scratch here in today's third. Set to reload the remaining 5 fillies. Boy, is she a lady, still the current favorite. To My Sweet Summer, still the solid second choice. Jackson Avenue. Jackson Avenue's in the starting gate. I believe Star's Delight was the first one reloaded. There's My Sweet Summer. Starting gate crew earning their money here. Everybody's scrambling around. Starter Jeff LaRue about to get position back near the button. Devilly moving forward, and boy, is she a lady. And there they go. Stars Delights out for the lead. My Sweet Summer punching on through, showing pace. Boy, is she a lady, forwardly positioned from the far outside. She's in close attendance. Jackson Avenue races with Devilly. My Sweet Summer getting acquainted with Stars Delight. Boy, is she a lady, gets the run of the race. Ideally situated, 3 lengths behind the 2 dueling leaders and a length and a half in front of Jackson Avenue. Similar margin back to Devilly, the last of all. My Sweet Summer and Stars Delight. They take it to one another. Boy, is she a lady, and Jackson Avenue closing. Here's Jackson Avenue making a move into third along the 3 path. Boy, is she a lady now hung out there 4 wide. And Devilly's trying to kick it into gear. She's at the back. Stars Delight, My Sweet Summer. Jackson Avenue comes with her run. Boy, is she a lady. She's under pressure from the outside. Devilly advances just inside of her. Jackson Avenue has found the front near the 8th pole. Jackson Avenue, the one to come and beat. Devilly's making a move into second. Boy, is she a lady. Didn't kick it into high gear. Jackson Avenue meant business through the turn. Heads up ride by that girl, Jackie Davis. Jackson Avenue, the winner. Devilly second, and Stars Delight. Boy, is she a lady. Come on, girl. She's 4th. One Jackson Avenue, the unofficial winner. 113 and 45 100ths the final time. 4 Devilly checks in second. Third place 5 Stars Delight. Fourth place 6 Boy, is she a lady. Fans, you were reminded 3 Maddie Surprise was a late scratch. Substitutions worked through number 6 Boy, is she a lady, the post time favorite. Jackson Avenue, 4-year-old chestnut filly by Union Jackson out of the Dean Avenue, owned by CB Thoroughbreds LLC. Ronnie Breed Jr., the winning trainer. Jackie Davis winning. Jockey that girl, Jackie Davis. Race 3 is official. 1456. The double 2-1, $77. Consolation version of the double 2-3, $10.60. A 1-4 exacta, $56. 1-4-5 trifecta, $77.75. 10-cent super, 1-4-5-6, $22.80. Jackson Avenue was bred in New York by her owner, Carl Buer. All right, let's go to the fourth race, and we have a double and a pick 3. 6 and 8, Dean Verdile and Who is Jarrett, both scratch from the fourth. Post time 20 minutes away at 2:49. Make sure to join us Labor Day, September 4th. Big day of racing here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Our scheduled stakes race is the $50,000 Genesee Valley Breeders. We'll have our annual jockey foot race, weather permitting. $200 for each jockey that participate will be donated to the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. All fans in attendance can receive a free Finger Lakes program. We'll have our chicken barbecue. $15 includes a couple of sides. That's outside by the clubhouse entrance. Giving away a complimentary jockey group photo on Labor Day. How to bet seminars in the lower clubhouse, a couple of them. $20 voucher will be given away via random drawing for each session. Post time scheduled for 1:15, about 13 days out until Labor Day. Time's flying by this season. Going to be a big holiday card. Our Labor Day program, September 4th, 1:15, first post here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. There's another day to think about, fans. Monday, September the 18th, we're going to have another $2,500 Handicappers Challenge. Finger Lakes races 1 through 8, free to play for all lucky North Club members. $1,000 to the winner. $600 for second, $400 for third. $2,500 Handicappers Challenge. Mark it down on your calendar. Monday, September the 18th. Hey fans, don't forget this season we do have complimentary Finger Lakes programs online on our website, fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab and then scroll on down to free digital program. Free programs, all sorts of great information, statistics for the 2023 season concerning our leading trainers, jockeys, Lakes Lucky Picks, running lines, past performances, you name it, we got it in those programs. Complimentary Finger Lakes programs online, fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab and scroll on down to free digital program. They're usually up around 5:30 or 6 o'clock the night before each card.
Getting ready for race number 4. Big effort from Jackson Avenue. Jackie Davis and Ronnie Breed had the bad start last time against a decent field. Stays at the allowance level, and big effort. Probably going to be her biggest effort that she's had in her career. But she dominated that field today. Good job by Ronnie Breed Jr. He's been winning races lately. Jackie Davis consistently wins races. They get the victory in race number 3. Starts off your $1 pick 6. 4th race, Exactitry Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts. And look at the board right now. You figure the 2 main contenders. You got Devious Mo and Our Man Mike are both going to get play in here. Our Man Mike, the deep closer, right now at odds of 4 to 5. Devious Mo, more of the close-up type, will get first run on that one. And that one drops in class to 5,000. But it does seem like those are the 2 main contenders. Then you can make a case for Brock Moninoff with his early speed. We got a fair racetrack today. It seems like the first 3 races, and it's just a matter of pace flow for this one. Our Man Mike was just rolling past horses last time, but just couldn't quite get to War of Thrones, who got first run on him. But that's the whole story with Our Man Mike. Doesn't have much for early speed. He's going to have to make up the ground. He probably will on most of these. It's just a question of how good is Devious Mo right now. He won for the 11 to 9 level, ended up later getting the purse money taken away. It was a good match with him and stakes winner Conformist. Last race just had to chase as the last ace just got away from that field, but a much tougher field that day. So as long as Devious Mo could keep his form dropping to 5,000, he's going to be awfully tough getting first run on Our Man Mike, who will be closing after him. Brock Moninoff could be the speed of the speed here. He dropped to 5 last time, went 5.5. He stopped that day. But he'll be out there for as far as he goes. He stays at the level. It'll be his 3rd start off the layoff, so you would figure he's got to be at his sharpest here. So definitely not out of it is Brock Moninoff, and that's the other one that's getting some play. So those are the main contenders in race number 4. We start of pick 3. Exactitry Super and Daily Double also offered. Scratch the 16 Verdile and the 8. Who is Jarrett?
Race 4, sprinting, 6 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up, $5,000 claimers that have not won a race in the past year. A couple of scratches. 6 and 8, Dean Verdile and Who Is Jarrett. A double and a pick 3, the 4th, in a little more than 3 minutes. Here's the group beginning with the 1, Zoller, Zen, Kevin Navarro. 2 is Devious Moker, and second choice Emmanuel Di Diego. Next will be the 3, Brock Monanoff, Jeremias Flores. Favorites, the 4, Our Man Mike with the Bug Boy Carlos Barbosa. 5 is Lover's Leap, Joel Cruz. Lover's Leap looking for his 9th career victory, completing the post-parade 7. Holy Cowboy, Rafael Rohina Jr. looking for 2 on the Tuesday program. That's the field for the 4th. Post time in a little more than a couple of minutes. So we're left with 6 after the couple of scratches. 6 and 8 both scratched. 4, Our Man Mike, my top pick. One thing about Our Man Mike, you get a short price and he's always going to be at the mercy of the pace. He does his best running from far, far out of it. You know, last time, fans, he makes up nearly 14 and a half lengths. That's what he made up. 14 and a half lengths from the quarter pole to the wire. Got him coming home in 24 and 3. That's racehorse time, especially for $5,000 horse. I've always thought this guy was more suited to being a late running, a one-turn sprinter than anything going 2 turns. And I believe that's what he is. I've always felt that he's a very, very good late running, one-turn sprinter. I'll make him my top pick. Come home in 24 and change. You're going to get my attention, and you did. Our Man Mike, my number 1 selection. 2, Devious Mo. Won a race on the 14th of June. Unfortunately for him, he was disqualified from the purse money. Unfortunately for his connections. That was against 10,000. Now winners of 1 on the year. A lot of respect for Conformist and Valuable Will. They're better than this group. Devious Mo looks like the logical player if you're taking a stand against Our Man Mike. 3, Brock Monanoff. It's kind of an underachiever if you want to know the truth. He only has that 1 victory on paper. That was against the 11 N3Ls. Got away with some pretty soft splits that day, 23 and 2. 47 and 2. I think there's talent. For whatever reason, he just doesn't come through with the win end very often. Only 3 for 28, but he does have 11 seconds and thirds combined. This is his 3rd start of the season. It's his 2nd time for 5. Ran a much improved effort on the 26th of July. I'll make him my 3rd pick. And then you get the 5, Lover's Leap. He's looking for his 9th career victory. The race 2-back's pretty good. I'm willing to forgive his most recent race. He does not like an off track by any measures, fans. He is 1 for 18 when it gets wet. All of his damage is on fast racetracks. Here's a horse who has 8 lifetime victories. A lot of these horses only have 3 victories to their credit. Devious Mo has 4. Lover's Leap at a nice price of 14 to 1. Our Man Mike came home like a gangbuster last time. We'll see how he fares today. He's the top pick in the 4th. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the fourth race. Field of 6 arriving at the starting gate. Devious Mo, he's the current favorite. Our Man Mike, he's the solid second choice. Then Brock Moninoff, third in the wagering. Solar Zen, the first of 6 into the gate. Here's the current favorite, Devious Mo. Brock Moninoff will be next. Our Man Mike. Lover's Leap and Holy Cowboy. Ready for the race. And there they go. Slow starts, Devious Mo and Our Man Mike. It's not going to bother Mike. He does his best running from the depths of nowhere. Brock Moninoff with a lonely lead. Here's Devious Mo after the sluggish beginning, the awkward start. From the far outside is Holy Cowboy. Then we go to Solar Zen, Lover's Leap, and Our Man Mike. He does his best running from a country mile out of it. And that's where he's at once again. Brock Moninoff flanked by Devious Mo. Holy Cowboys in the third spot. Lover's Leap has a little momentum trying to head into the turn outside of Solar Zen. 6 to find, and it's a long ways back to Our Man Mike, who's now beginning to pick up his best stride. Our Man Mike hitting that best stride, but he's got a ton of work to do. Devious Mo right alongside of Brock Moninoff. Lover's Leap's into third. From the outside, Holy Cowboy, then Solar Zen and Our Man Mike. What is he, a modern-day Silky Sullivan? He's at the back of the pack. Brock Moninoff and Devious Mo. Brock Moninoff's the leader. Devious Mo with a furlong to push on by. And Lover's Leap's outrunning his odds. He's into the third spot and he's closing to the outside. Devious Mo, Brock Moninoff, Lover's Leap chasing from third. Devious Mo, Brock Moninoff, Lover's Leap. Devious Mo, Devious Mo, Devious Mo gets there. Devious Mo wins the money. Second and third tight. Brock Moninoff and Lover's Leap. Our Man Mike. You're no Silky Sullivan. You finished fourth. $113 and 15/100ths. Pretty good horse race, fans. Devious Mo, Brock Moninoff, Lover's Leap. Long shot closing in after the top two. Good finish to the fourth. Hold all tickets. 2 Devious Mo first, 3 Brockmaninoff finishes a second, third place 5 Lovers Leap, fourth place number 4 Our Man Mike. Devious Mo makes his way into the winner's circle. He is a 5-year-old bay gelding by Lauban out of the Damn Devious Chick. His 5th career victory, owned by Dominic Scott. Winning trainer Ricky Schaefer, winning jockey Emmanuel DiDiego. Schaefer and DiDiego with a big day yesterday. Here's a winner in the 4th named Devious Mo, bred in New York by McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds LLC. Race 4 is official. 2, 3, 5, 4. The double 1, 2, $21. A 2, 3 exact to $21.40. 2, 3, 5 trifecta, $24.12. 2, 3, 5, 4, 10 cent super, $10.65. 2, 1, 2 early pick 3, $43.25. 2, 3, 2 consolation version of that early pick 3, $5.95. Pretty good early pick 4. 1 with 2 with 1 with 2, 6, 8. $263.50. 9 race cards, so race 5 will start our Tuesday pick 5. Scratch 7, Creation of Adam. 7, Creation of Adam, scratch from the 5th. 1A, Anointed Spirit, 1 pound over. Our Tuesday pick 5 in about 20 minutes at 3:18.
Got about 10 minutes to post for race number 5. Well, it got interesting. Devious Mo, of course, on the big drop in class, looked like the one to get beat, but Brock Moninoff gave this horse a battle. That one got the front and would not relinquish the lead that easy, but Devious Mo just urged to the front by Emmanuel Di Diego, got the victory. That's 3 wins in the last 2 days for trainer Richard Schaefer. That for Dominic Scott. Congratulations to them. 5th race, a maiden race that goes a mile and a 16th. And look at the board right now. You currently got the favorite as the 3 Street Cop Officer. You can make a case for a couple of them in here. This one, though, very logical, as a few of them come out of that same race. Remember, Normandy took the initiative, went to the front end in a race that didn't have a lot of speed. That one added blinkers and sent to the front by Ray Lou Gutierrez. Ended up shaking loose. Stone Cup Cop Officer tried to stalk and make a run, but the other one wasn't coming back. It was still a good effort, and now you got a race that doesn't have a lot of early speed again, and this one could be out there with the early pace setters, and without that one in there to back up or anybody getting loose in here, Street Cop Officer might have the advantage of getting that first run. He's right now at odds of 8-5 early. The 2-horse Dr. Darby was compromised by the start in that same race, was pinched. This one and Uncle Taco, I think was the other one. 2 horses got off slow during the squeeze, and this one did make up a lot of ground in the stretch, had some run, and that was after a 3rd place finish. So it's just a matter of the pace backing up to now. Not a lot of pace in here, but with a better start, maybe he can run him down. Dr. Darby right now at odds of 4-1. The 5 horses, Nemo's Fortune. Nemo's Fortune showed absolutely no pace when they went 51 and 116, and that was after stretching out. Last time showed a little more pace, close up, but still got run down in the stretch, but it was a better effort in that race, so a repeat of that effort puts him in the mix again. Would think that he's going to be up close throughout in a race that doesn't have a lot of speed for this route. The 1-horse Looking Grand does have the numbers to be competitive. He's stepping up in class technically, going from the 11-9 to the maiden special weight, but numbers-wise, he's hitting the board against those horses, and even ran against special weights earlier this year and was relatively competitive. Wasn't really a threat to win any of those races, but was competitive to be in the top 4, and could see that happening again today. He's coupled with Anointed Spirit. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and the Pick 5 starts with race number 5. Again, scratch the 7, Creation of Adam.
And bugler Dustin Ross has the horses on the track for race 5, 1 mile and 116. 3-year-olds and up maiden. Special weight scratch 7, creation of Adam. Here they are, number 1, Looking Grand, Heman Harkey. Stablemate 1A, Anointed Spirit, Giovanni Paretti's 1 pound over. 2 is Dr. Darby, Jackie Davis looking for 2. Favoritism with 3, Street Cop Officer, Jeremias Flores. 4 is Mobot, Luis Perez. 5 is Nemo's Fortune, second choice, Jose Baez. Rafael Rohina Jr. looking for 2. He pilots 6, Don Antonio. Field of 7, 6 wagering interest. First leg of the Tuesday, pick 5. Post time in a little more than 4 minutes. Pretty good 5th race, made in special weights, field of 7. Street Cop Officer. Nemo's Fortune, they're the top 2 in the wagering. What about the 2, Dr. Darby, for that girl, Jackie Davis? Needs to pay attention at the starts. Had a couple of races here this season at Finger Lakes. Broke slowly on the 24th of July. Last time pinched back at the start. Made up a ton of ground last time. This horse is 15 lengths out of it. 24, 49 and 1, 14 and 2. How are you going to get to the wire in time? 15 lengths at the quarter pole into that flow. Still made up 8 lengths. Had a big gallop out. Had a big gallop out on the 24th of July. Mile and 1/16, 3rd start of the season. Why not Dr. Darby? Trying to generate a little bit of value at 3-1 from that 6-1 morning line. Comes out of the same race as our current favorite, the 3, Street Cop Officer. Big shout out to Dustin Ross. His mother is part owner here. Street Cop Officer ran well on the 7th of August. That was his first start after a winter campaign at Tampa and an appearance at Gulfstream over there, Topeka. Had trouble too. Had some trouble in the first turn. Horse was a little rank or just eager to go, and Jeremias Flores tried to get him to settle down. He eventually did that. The horse ran very well, no question about it. First start locally, has every right to improve. A much better post this afternoon. Probably an easier race. That race looked like it had a lot of horses in it. Easier race, at least from a number standpoint. That race had 12 horses. This one only 7. Street Cop Officer with a good inside post. Won't have a lot to negotiate as far as traffic. I will give Jeremias Flores a lot of credit with an outside post last time in post 9. Was able to work out a nice trip along the inside through that clubhouse turn, but that's when the horse got a little rank, kind of had to put on the brakes. Should get a much better trip this afternoon. Probably deserves the top status in the wagering. 5, Nemo's Fortune, I thought ran very well on the 24th of July. That was his second start around 2 turns. Much improvement from the race previously on the 28th of June. He was somewhat forwardly positioned into a somewhat of a soft pace. They kind of went a little quick early out of the gate. Don Antonio was hustled along by Joel Cruz, and Jose had Nemo's Fortune right there with him. They worked a little bit out of the gate into the first turn, and by the time they got completed through that opening quarter, they were able to slow it down. So the splits look a little soft, but I thought the opening strides were a little furious. Nemo's Fortune could be one of the players here if he makes another improvement like he did from the 28th of June to the 24th of July. 2, 3, 4 for me in the 5th, starting our Tuesday pick 5. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the fifth race. Street Cop Officer, he's the favorite. Good tote support for the Christopher Fung duo. Good tote support, Dr. Darby and Nemo's Fortune. Mobot and Don Antonio, the ones not receiving much love from the public. There is the favorite Street Cop Officer. Mobot will be next. Nemo's Fortune. Couple to load, Anointed Spirit and Don Antonio. Don Antonio to the outside. Field of 7, 6 wagering interests. Tuesday pick 5 time. And there they go. Much better start for Dr. Darby. He is last, but at least he didn't have any trouble and counted out of the gate. Nemo's Fortune sent to the front with Don Antonio, carbon copy of their recent race. Right behind them, Street Cop Officer with Anointed Spirit, looking grand from the rail. After that, Mobot and Dr. Darby's the last of all. Nemo's Fortune has the lead. Don Antonio and Street Cop Officer are chasing Nemo's Fortune. Anointed Spirit's fourth just in front of stablemate, looking grand. Break of about 4 lengths to Mobot with Dr. Darby. 24 and 4/5 trying to slow it down up front. Nemo's Fortune, Street Cop Officer right there from the outside. Don Antonio not going on with it, 3 deep. He's out there a little wide. Anointed Spirit fourth and looking grand. Dr. Darby and Mobot are towards the tail, a little less than 7 lengths from first to last. Nemo's Fortune, Street Cop Officer, Don Antonio 3 deep. Really no change here in the pattern. Anointed Spirit's fourth. And with a looking grand, a Mobot and Dr. Darby with a lot of work heading into the turn. Pace has been pretty soft, 50 seconds, top 2 with all the advantage. Nemo's Fortune and Street Cop Officer. Nemo's Fortune, Street Cop Officer second, getting closer to the outside. Break of at least 6 lengths. Don Antonio, Anointed Spirit, they're going to look in grand. Mobot and Dr. Darby still at the back. Nemo's Fortune still with the lead. Street Cop Officer comes under pressure. It's Nemo's Fortune and Street Cop Officer. They're 1-2. Street Cop Officer puts his nose in front, but Nemo's Fortune still has fight. In third, Anointed Spirit. Street Cop Officer now coming clear in the late stages. Street Cop Officer in front from Nemo's Fortune. Looking grand. Anointed Spirit. Dr. Darby, a non-factor to complete the super. .148 and 63 100ths the final time. Number 3, Street Cop Officer first. 5, Nemo's Fortune. Second best this afternoon. All right, fans, so watching the slow-mo, here is Street Cop Officer. Good-looking victory. 5, Nemo's Fortune second. 1 looking grand third. Then 1A, Anointed Spirit fourth. Dr. Darby, the 2-horse, checks in fifth. He'll complete your super. 3, 5, 1, 1A, 2. Top 5 finishers, 148 and 63 100ths, that final running time. Entering the winner's circle is number 3, Street Cop Officer, 3-year-old chestnut gelding by the Lieutenant out of the dam Blindside Hit. Owned by Eric Bruns, Jason Hudspeth, Randy Ross, and Elizabeth Rose Ross. Winning trainer Rachel Sells, winning jockey Jeremiah Flores. Winner was bred in New York by Sequel New York and Baroni Sunnycrest Farm. Once again, fans, number 2, Dr. Darby, has checked in 5th. He will complete the superfecta. Race 5 is official. Prices are pending. Make sure to sign up and be part of our Finger Lakes bonusbets.com. You know you can get 6% rewards on Finger Lakes races, different percentages from different racetracks. New customers that deposit and wager $100 receive a $50 sign-up bonus. If you're not a member, sign up today. Finger Lakes bonusbets.com. You play, we pay. You also want to be part of our Lucky North Club. We have all sorts of great promotions, especially those once-a-month handicapping contests, which are free. Wednesday's Club 50 promotion. Lucky North Club members, all you have to do is show that Lucky North Club card at the program stand every Wednesday on the mezzanine level. That's for your complimentary program. Club 50 promotion with complimentary programs for all attendees that are 50 and older, part of that Club 50 promotion. That's Wednesdays, 1:15 first post. We got the prices from the 5th. 2-3 double, $10.60. 3-5 exacta, $13.80. 3-5-1 trifecta, $8.15. 10-cent super, 3-5-1-2, $2.60. That 50-cent pick 3, 1-2-3, $10.60. Race 6 will start our late pick 4-3 Cashel Kitten, 1 pound over the weight. Post time in about 20 minutes at 3:49. Finger Lakes would like to wish a big happy birthday shout out to Jen Kavaleski. Happy birthday, Jen. Thanks for tuning in on your birthday. Pick some winners, girl.
Lemon supposed for race number 6, and no big surprises, not a lot of pace in that race. And Nemo's Fortune and Street Cop Officer kind of took advantage of that. Street Cop Officer, a little better than Nemo's Fortune, was able to go on with it. Jeremiah's Flores for trainer Rachel Sells starts off the pick 5. 6 race at 11-9 claimer going a distance of 1.70 miles. Well, we know who the speed is. The 3 Cashel Kitten will be out there, see if that one can get the distance. But Colton Goes ran a big race last time. Considering the winner, Mount Vernon Boy, stole the race on the front end. That one opened up a big lead in that race, and nobody really could cut into it late. Colton Goes was able to make up some ground, make with a wide sweeping move, but it was too late as that one was gone. Now you can say that was a little bit easier field than this one, but it was the pace flow that was the problem. At least Colton Goes showed some versatility. One on the front end to break his maiden. He did it off of a long layoff, although he took advantage of a paceless field with relatively slow fractions. Not like he's got much for early speed, but he won't be that far out of it early behind the pace of Cashel Kitten. And off of the last effort, it's got to be considered in here. It's just the 20-1 shot just got loose in that last start. He's at odds of 2-1, just a lukewarm favorite at this early time. The one Old Point is at 9-1. Tough to gauge how good this one is. Came in from New York. Try the maiden. It was this price, but it was a maiden race, and he dominated that day against the much easier competition. Just blew him away by 5 lengths. It wasn't like it was a great time or anything, but he took care of business. And then he ran into Big George's Kingdom. The thing with that race, similar to the Mount Vernon Boy race, although you got to think Big George's Kingdom is a lot better than that rival in that allowance race. That one wasn't coming back because he did shake loose. This one is by Curlin, a $475,000 yearling out of a dam by Johannesburg. And coming out of that race, you know, if he runs back to that maiden victory, he could be competitive in here. He's not getting much for early play at odds of 9-1. The 2 Hutch comes out of the same race as Colton Goes. Probably got the better of the trips, considering he had a nice inside trip the whole way and ended up fading. I mean, nobody was catching Mount Vernon Boy once that one got loose. Did chase a little bit at the end and then faded, but you got to think that Colton Goes ran the better race of the 2. But at least he showed some signs of life after losing by double digits in both starts against allowance horses the first 2 starts of the year. So he's could be on the improve, stays at the same level. It depends on the pace flow again for this one, similar to Colton Goes. The real tricky one to figure is the 8, Ginsu Warrior. This one has been running in New York, but has had a lot of chances. He's 1 for 25 in his career, mostly against a little bit better competition. At least he's here, not all the way at the bottom. They're going to try the 11 to 9 level. It is easier competition than what he's faced. And even though most of his recent races are sprints, he does have that mile mixed in there. And one thing about him, that 1 for 25, his only win was in a route. So not the greatest of form lately, but he does get a little bit of class relief and change of scenery. That could be the key for Ginsu Warrior. You always got to respect when John DeVille gets aboard. He's aboard for James Ferraro in this spot. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts in race number 6. Got about 7 minutes to post.
On the track for the 6, let's meet the field. 1 Old Point, Heeman Harkey. 2 is Hutch, Kevin Navarro. 3 is Cashel Kitten, Emmanuel Di Diego looking for a riding double, 1 pound over. All right, race 6 is 1 mile and 70 yards, 11 to 9 claimers, 3-year-olds and up, not winners of 2 races. We have the overweight on 3, Cashel Kitten, still waiting for him to show up. A little bit of a delay here, getting some of the horses out for the post parade. Race 6 will start our late pick 4. Stand by for the rest of the parade. All right, let's go to the 8, Ginsu Warrior, John Davila Jr. All right, so there's the 8, Ginsu Warrior. We're having some trouble with the 3, Cashel Kitten's bridle. He's going to be a late shower to the post parade. Here's the 6, Remember Normandy, Arelu Gutierrez. 7 is 30 Oysters, Jackie Davis looking for her second winner on today's card. Finger Lakes Post Parade, you got to be on your toes, everybody. Here's the 4, Don Bernardo, Joel Cruz. 5 is Colton Goes, Luis Perez. And the 3, Cashel Kitten, made that left-hand turn out of the paddock after that bridle repair. Di Diego, Emmanuel the Barber, Emmanuel Di Diego looking for 2. All right, the 3's 1 pound over. Once again, race 6, 2-turn affair at 1 mile and 70 yards, 11 to 9 claimers, 3-year-olds and up. Now winners of 2 races, and it begins our late pick 4. A little more than 2 minutes until post time. Cashel Kitten going to take a swing here as my top pick. Maybe this horse can get brave on the front end. I like the fact he responded to the equipment change. Always big when equipment changes work. Got a couple of them in here. Cashel Kitten, remember Normandy. Cashel Kitten took the hood off, went all the way against Maiden 11s, going 6 furlongs. If he can run those interior splits and keep on going to the wire in this 2-turn affair, he'll have the front end to himself up front through the early stages, and worth a little bit of a look at 6-1. Now the dam was unraced. That is Molly Put the Kettle On. Her dam was unraced, and she was by the Minstrel. So there is some good blood top and bottom for the added real estate. We got Kitten's Joy Blood up top, Rainbow Quest out of the Minstrel there on the bottom end with the dam's blood, and then her dam's blood. So we do have a little bit of 2-turn blood here. Why not Cashel Kitten trying to take a swing? Post a little bit of an upset with the top spot. 5, Colton Goes, makes a lot of sense. Comes out of that merry-go-round affair on the 9th of August. We saw a horse come out of that race and get to the winner's circle yesterday. That was Hot Rod Lincoln, but that was for $5,000. Watched the replay this morning. I thought Colton Goes was the best of all the others in that race, so I'll make him my second pick. He did break his maiden against Maiden Special Weights on the 28th of June. Gets an equipment change here today. Looks like one of the players for sure. And he is currently our 5-2 lukewarm favorite. 2, Hutch. I've been on Hutch a lot this season. I got burned earlier in the card, fans, with Jackson Avenue. I like to come back with horses I select. I abandoned Jackson Avenue, and she comes through at a good price. I've abandoned Hutch today, and he's a big, big number. I'm probably going to regret this after the race when Hutch wins at 9-1. He just hasn't run much since he looked good last year. So far, his 3-year-old campaign has not come back to his 2-year-old status. We'll see if he improves today, second time in for 11. The other horse getting that equipment change that responded was the 6, Remember Normandy. Took the blinkers on, put the blinkers on the 7th of August, and Raylu Gutierrez, who's an aggressive jockey, put him into the race early. You just saw the horse he defeated come back and look good, winning in race 5, that Street Cop Officer. Raylu sticks with Remember Normandy. Looks like one of the players. The light bulb might have gone on with this horse. Maybe he's finally figured it all out. Got the blinkers on. He was 1 for 25 entering that affair. Now he's 1 for 1 with the blinkers. And Raylu gets that same situation here. Looks like a player. Others to talk about could be the one Old Point who looked good, graduating, got some good curling blood up top out of a Johannesburg mare. Ilmar Loiza does some good stuff, and this horse getting bet today, 7-2 on the line, sticking at that price. Pretty good 6 to start our late pick 4. Couple of minutes out. Post time in about a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the 6. Cashel Kitten continues to misbehave, still having some issues with that bridle. Colton Goes is the lukewarm favorite for race 6, starting our late pick 4. A field of 8 just about at the gate. Once again, having a little bit of issues with Cashel Kitten. Just going to cause a touch of a delay here before the 6. It's post time for the 6. Cashel Kitten, he's been causing all sorts of troubles for us here in race 6. He's fired up behind the gate. He's been fired up for a while. There's Cashel Kitten. Great job by the assistant starters. Tending to his bridle, dealing with his theatrics. Bunch of solid cowboys down there. Colton Goes, he's the favorite. Cashel Kitten's the first one in. Diego's remounting. From the rail, we'll have Old Point. Hutch. Hutch to post position 2. Diego has not yet remounted Cashel Kitten. He's been close on a couple of occasions. Now Hutch a little fractious. Long shot Don Bernardo. Now 30 Oysters is acting up. There's Colton Goes. Remember Normandy. Had a couple to load. 30 Oysters and Ginsu Warrior. I think everybody's going to be pretty happy once we get this one going. There's Ginsu Warrior to the outside. Late pick 4 time. And there they go. Remember Normandy and Cashel Kitten. 30 Oysters wants to go. Ginsu Warrior makes 4, gunning for the lead. We got Pace on, then Old Point's 5th. Hutch from his outside, then Colton Goes, and Don Bernardo is the last of all. 30 Oysters aggressively sent with Cashel Kitten and Ginsu Warrior. Remember Normandy was asked for speed. He'll stalk covering Old Point. Break of 2.5 to Hutch, who races with Colton Goes. About 7 lengths to Don Bernardo. They zip along through a 23-4 opening quarter. Ginsu Warrior 30 Oysters, Cashel Kitten 3 Gun. Remember Normandy stalking from the 4th spot, 2.5 off the 3 leaders outside of Old Point. Another 2.5 to Colton Goes, a little less than 5 from the 3 leaders. He covers Hutch. It's about 6 or 7 back to Don Bernardo. Still pace aplenty on, 48 2/5. 30 Oysters is giving way. So it's Ginsu Warrior and Cashel Kitten. In behind them, races Old Point. And Remember Normandy from his outside. Remember Normandy's 2 off the lead near the 3/8. Colton Goes, got a good opening quarter to run after. So too did Don Bernardo's picking up his stride second last. Hutch third last just in front of him. 30 Oysters calls it an early day. Ginsu Warrior, Cashel Kitten staying on. Right there with them, Old Point crying out for room. Remember Normandy, Colton Goes, circumnavigating the field from the extreme outside. Ginsu Warrior, Cashel Kitten running big. Remember Normandy, Colton Goes, comes with his run. Old Point looking for somewhere to go. Cashel Kitten still fighting. Here's Don Bernardo to the far outside, and Old Point in the 2 path. What a cavalry charge to the wire. Old Point, Don Bernardo. Who's it going to be? Don Bernardo at 50 1 in a huge shocker in the 6th. That was a wacky race from the post parade all the way to the run to the wire. Don Bernardo, he was last early, but I'll tell you what, anytime you see 23 and change here at Finger Lakes in a 2-turn affair, look for a horse far out of it. Old Point had trouble. He finally found a seam late. Don Bernardo over the top to the far outside. Photo's going to determine the winner here in a wacky 6th. Four is the winner, Don Bernardo. 50 1, the 1 Old Point. Second, third place 8, Ginsu Warrior. Fourth place 3, Cashel Kitten. Don Bernardo enters the winner's circle. He is a 4-year-old a bay colt by Competitive Edge out of the dam Sapphire Sky, owned by Bernardo Mongol III. Winning trainer is Marissa Manzarati. Winning jockey is Joel Cruz. Winner was bred in New York by Monhill Farm LLC. Race 6 is official. $102.50 winner named Don Bernardo. 4183 in the books. The double 3-4, $172. A 4-1 exacta, $344. 418 trifecta, $696.75. 10-cent super, the payer of the day so far, $1,783.55. 234, pick 3, $135. All right, good riddance to the 6th. Let's go to race 7. Scratch 3, X-Top. X-Top's out of the 7th. It starts the late pick 3, 22 minutes away at 4:23.
11 minutes to post for race number 7, and bombs away in the 6. A 50-1 shot. Don Bernardo closing ground under Joel Cruz to get the victory. First win of the season for Marissa Monserrati. Congratulations to her. Well, that'll really affect the pick 5 and pick 6 payouts in a race with that winner. $102 winner in race number 6. Well, there's some value on today's card. 7th race, a never won 3 claimer. This one goes a distance of a mile 70. We scratched the 3. X-Top. Another kind of competitive race here. There are some question marks. You got a drop down in BC Glory Days. Hasn't hit the board in a few starts and now gets some class relief again after dropping last time. Did catch a pretty tough group in his route attempt after running in sprints. A couple good ones trained by Jeremiah Engelhart were in there, including Bingo John, but it was Kong Loves the Fight from off the pace that ended up winning the race. It wasn't like the pace was that quick. It was actually relatively slow for the day, but it was against tougher competition. So he drops again to 5,000, and he's one of a few that you can make a case for. I use him on top, though. 6-1 morning line. Mo Danson wasn't that badly beaten at this level last time. Actually, he showed some signs of life after finishing off the board his previous start. It was a good effort, finishing just ahead of Macho Real, who's in this race. He adds blinkers for this event, see if that'll have an effect or positive effect, but he's getting closer anyway and has to be considered a contender off of the last effort. He's currently at odds of 5-1. Red Fortress coming off a victory. He just got up to get that win against March Madness Party, who's in this race, but he proved best that day in his first start going long this year. He's only made 3 starts this season at reduced levels. He kind of made the move that BC Glory Days is making today. Started off against allowance horses, then claimers, and then last time stretched out and beat the 5,000 claimers. Moves to the next level, the 3 lifetime, and if he moves forward at all, he could prove tough in here. He just had a Little Rocket, a horse that ran very well here. The 5 is Cinnamon BC. This is a former Charlie Baker horse. If you remember, this horse last year was competitive against $5,000 claimers. The track's Regatear. He's only had 1 start this year, and it was a route, so probably needed that start at Monmouth, trying a sloppy racetrack that day. So we'll get a fast track and should run better. Second start of the season, spread out between the last race and this race. So would expect some big improvement from Synonym BC, and another one you could consider a contender in the 7th race, and he is getting some early play at odds of 5-2, co-favorite, lukewarm co-favorite with Red Fortress. Yeah, we scratched the 3 X-Top. We start the last pick 3 of the day with this 9-race card. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in here.
Attention horsemen, we have some breaking news. We were scheduled to refresh the racing surface this Thursday and Friday. Due to the expected inclement weather, management has decided to push this back. This is the first of it being told to everybody. Horsemen, just a heads up, the expected inclement weather will be causing a delay in us refreshing our racing surface. We're going to push that back now to September 7th and 8th. Director of Racing Todd Height just notified me, wanted me to announce it. So horsemen, do make plans accordingly now. We're going to have to adjust. You're going to have to adjust your trading schedules. The expected refreshing of the racing surface is now being pushed back to September 7th and 8th due to the expected inclement weather for this upcoming Thursday and Friday. Coming onto the track for the 7th race, 1 mile and 70 yards, 3-year-olds and up. Now winners of 3 races, claimers 5,000, scratch 3X top. Here's our post parade with the 1 Take the Edge, Carlos Barbosa. Both halves of the entry came out so much quicker than their rivals. So here's the 2 Storm Alfit, Rafael Rohina Jr. looking for a double. Heeman Harkey aboard the 2B, Macho Real. Scratching the 3, 4 is BC Glory Days, Nazario Alvarado, Luis Gutierrez looking for doubles. Got there in the opener with anything possible. 5 is Synonym BC, Raylu Gutierrez. 6 is Mo Danson, Luis Perez. 7 Red Fortress, Kay Berkoa. 8 is Robbins Empire with Jackie Davis. And the 1A is March Madness Party with Stephen Frett. So we have a field of 9 with 7 wagering interests. Our 7th race starting our late pick 3 in a little more than 4 minutes. All right, I don't know if my eyes were playing tricks on me or what, but I could have swore Synonym BC was like 3-5 as the horses were coming out for the post parade. Now all of a sudden Red Fortress is 5-2. I was really tripping on the Synonym BC at 3-5. The 7th race is wide open, though. I have to admit, this is a very contentious wagering event. You can make cases for a lot of horses, and I thought I'd try to get us some price here with the Eddie Babcock duo, Take the Edge and March Madness Party. Looking at the 1 Take the Edge. He's finally going to get an inside post. You know, he's had two turn races this season, both positioned to the outside portion of the field in both of those respective races. Now we're going to draw the inside. X-Top has scratch, so Take the Edge has the inside post. Ran a winning race on the 26th of June. Thought he won the race. Missed by a nose at 39-1. Ran some races last year. Both of those races in October at the bottom of the paper make him more than competitive against this group. No world beaters. Let's demand some value. We get it here with the entry. You get March Madness Party. 2 for the price of 1. March Madness Party. How about this? You don't see this too often. On the 24th of May, he finished 2nd by a length and a quarter. Comes back and wins a maiden 10 thereafter. But unfortunately for the connections of Banco Medici, they had their purse money disqualified. So March Madness Party for the Babcocks gets 2 maiden 10 purses, maiden 11 to 9s. Pretty cool deal for the Longshot King Eddie Babcock. Last time out, March Madness Party in an N2L, because that's what he was still eligible for. Obviously, the purse money had not been taken away from Banco Medici by then on the 31st of July. He runs a big race. We're getting 2 for the price of 1, 8-1 for my man, the Longshot King Eddie Babcock. 6 Mo Danson for Victor and Nancy Salvato makes a lot of sense. Raylu was aboard him on the 7th of August. Raylu's on Synonym BC today. I'm not sure how to view that. Luis Perez back in the saddle. This horse gets blinkers on today. Ran a good race recently. Maybe he's rounding into form. Mo Danson, one of the logical contenders at a good price. He's 6-1. 7 Red Fortress has the best win percentage here in this N3L. 2 for 9. Many of his rivals, including my top pick, have very, very weak win percentages. I mean, BC Glory Days is 1 for 33. My top pick is 2 for 32. We've got Storm Alfita 2 for 40. What I'm getting at, Red Fortress with the best win percentage. One of our better conditioners of the Finger Lakes history all time, senior Michael S. Ferraro. Kay Berkoa having a big 2023 season. Here's the horse who just stretched out and was victorious. Why not coming right back with him? Didn't talk about the 2B Macho Real. I thought he ran a pretty good race on the 7th of August. He closed into a very, very soft pace, and he really ran big. Tried to run down both Gemini Slew and Mo Danson. He had an awkward start. Made a big move through the turn. This is his 3rd start of the season after a winter campaign at Tampa. Has every right to continue a forward move. Macho Real at a big price also. Very, very nice wagering event to start our late pick 3. Post time in a minute. It's post time for the 7th race. 7 Red Fortress is the current favorite. 4 BC Glory Days the second choice. 6 Mo Danson, third selection in the wagering. Field of 9 with 7 wagering interests. There's Take the Edge. BC Glory Days. Synonym BC. BC Glory Days and Synonym BC side by side in the starting gate. Here's Mo Danson for Victor and Nancy Salvato. Next will be Red Fortress, the current favorite. Four to load, Storm Alfeet, March Madness Party, Macho Real, and Robbins Empire. Robbins Empire will be the first of the last 4 into the gate. All right, Storm Alfeet, he has white blinkers. Macho Real has blue blinkers. March Madness Party in the starting gate. Once he gets there, he'll be situated between the Nurka Huertes trainees. All right, so Storm Alfeet working on a March Madness Party. Robbins Empire acting up just a little bit. March Madness Party wants nothing to do with the loading process. BC Glory Days Red Fortress vying for that top spot on the board. BC Glory Days a slight favorite. March Madness Party is in. One more to load. A Macho Real. Once again, field of 9, 7 wagering interests. Macho Real, the last of 9. Ready for the start of our late pick 3. And there they go. Synonym BC is sent to the lead, and Take the Edge is up close. BC Glory Days just off the pace. He races inside of Mo Danson. March Madness Party a little deep heading into the first turn. Take the Edge along the rail. Synonym BC in the 2 path. BC Glory Days is pressing, now taking over second, making a move for the top spot. March Madness Party now strides into third outside of stablemate Take the Edge. Mo Danson's in the 5th spot. Now BC Glory Days speeds away. Red Fortress is 7 or 8 lengths from the lead. Pretty strung out group. Better than 3.5 to Storm Alfeet. That's Macho Real. That's Macho Real with those blue blinks. Robbins Empire second last. Storm Alfeet's at the back. 24 and 3 for BC Glory Days, putting a space between him and Synonym BC. That margin's better than 6.5. In the 3rd spot, March Madness Party. Mo Danson inches a little closer from the outside. Take the Edge continues along the rail. Red Fortress now trying to pick up his best stride. Following after them, Macho Real, Robbins Empire, and Storm Alfeet. Still BC Glory Days from Synonym BC. Here's Mo Danson making a move for second. March Madness Party now even paced. Red Fortress, Macho Real trying to close in. Take the Edge still riding the rail. BC Glory Days along with Mo Danson. Synonym BC is there. Take the Edge is trying to pick up his stride. Now he comes off the inside for the final 3/16. Mo Danson. And right there with him, Synonym BC and BC Glory Days. Far outside, Red Fortress covering Take the Edge. Along the inside, Synonym BC. Mo Danson going with him. Take the Edge trying to bridge the gap, but the wires get coming too quickly, and it's Synonym BC. Synonym BC from Mo Danson. Red Fortress, Take the Edge. Last couple of races have not been the easiest ones to call, that's for sure. This one, anybody had a chance. BC Glory Days finally gave way. Synonym BC kept on going. Mo Danson was there, still was waiting for Take the Edge and Red Fortress to crash the party late. 146 and 65 100ths the final time. Let's hold all tickets. All right, let's just put him in the winner's circle. 5, Synonym BC. 5-year-old Meg Elding by War Dancer out of the Damn Healthy Debate. Lisa Reed is the winning owner. Winning trainer Chris Progna. Winning jockey Ray Lou Gutierrez. The winner was bred in New York by Blue Chip Bloodstock Incorporated. All right, we got some numbers. 5, 6, 7, 1. 5, 6, 7, 1, the top 4 finishers. And race 7 is in the books officially. 5, 6, 7, 1. 4, 5 double, $838. Big double. 5, 6 exacta, $116.50. 5, 6, 7 trifecta, $84.75. 10 cent super, 5, 6, 7, 1, $74.20. On to race 8. Scratches 7 and 9. Make it in New York and Oliver with a twist. 7 and 9 out of the 8th race. We got a 9 race card this afternoon. Race 8 starts our late double post time in 21 minutes at 4:54. Field of 8, 7 wagering interest, 9 race card, 8th race, first leg of the late double, post time in about 4 minutes. There's the field, 1 Navy Pier, Dean Freights. Stablemate 1A Misawa, Christian Navarro. 2 Mo Crazy Blues, Emmanuel Di Diego looking for another winner, as is Jackie Davis, the jockey aboard the 3 Bench Walk. 4 is Major Spin with Heeman Harkey. 5 Uncle Vic, Carlos Barbosa. 6 is Dr. Serfolio, Cabercoa. 8 is Central Love, gunning for 3 in a row. Raylu Gutierrez looking for 2 in a row. A little more than 3 minutes until the 8th race, beginning the late double. Couple more races to go on the Tuesday card. Should be noted that nobody is alive in our Tuesday pick 6, so we have a carryover into the Wednesday program. A one-day pick 6 carryover, $3,019.20. Better than 3 G's in the Wednesday pick 6. Free digital programs online, fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab, scroll on down to free digital programs. Should be up about 5:30 or 6 o'clock. Get those pick 6 tickets assembled. $3,000 plus carryover into the Wednesday card commencing at 1:15. Couple races to go here on our Tuesday program. 4 Major Spins, my top pick, vying for favoritism with my second pick, the 8 Central Love. A Major Spin, a little bit of cause for concern, dropping all the way to 5,000. You know, the recent race for 11-9 for the N3L was not bad. He was a beaten favorite in his last 2 starts, his only 2 starts here at Finger Lakes, both for this condition. He was even money on both occasions. Third, 5 1/4 behind Wahil on the 14th of June. 2 weeks later, he ran a good second, missing to Devil or Angel. Had the lead at the 8th pole, couldn't seal the deal. He's got a couple of things I usually look against. Horses who get the lead at the 8th pole and don't seal the deal, and horses who are dropping in class. Here's a horse who just back in early March won a $25,000 N2L. 2 races later in early May, he's in for $14,000 N3L, claimed out of that affair by Gumster Stable and Ralphie D. Now he's going to be aggressively dropped all the way to the bottom. A win and a claim gets you about 12 G's, so maybe that's the thinking process here with Major Spin, but he's got a couple of things working against him, at least when I go to handicapping. Nonetheless, I have made him my top pick. 8 Central Love is gunning for 3 in a row. It's interesting that John Davila Jr. had opted to ride the other Chris Engelhardt trainee, Make It in New York, so Raylu Gutierrez was named. They scratched Make It in New York. They're keeping Central Love in this spot. Raylu sticks aboard. As far as from the entry standpoint, you know, you would have thought maybe perhaps there could have been an option. John might have been able to pick up the mount once he scratched off Make It in New York. A lot of babbling on my behalf. Central Love going for 3 in a row, sticking right at $5,000. I do like when Chris does this. He gets a horse that maybe, you know, he wins by 4 for a maiden 5, and it runs second for the maiden 11 before that against North Coast, who's going pretty good this season. Had every right to possibly move this horse back up the class ladder. Says, you know what, I'm just going to keep him where he belongs and where he's been doing good, and that's for 5,000. Central Love going for 3 in a row. 1A Misawa had a wide trip on the 8th of August. He kind of shocked me on the 4th of July. He had been away for quite some time, didn't have much of a work tab, and despite all of that, he won like a good thing. Didn't beat much that day, that's the only knock, but I thought he ran pretty good on the 8th of August. He tried to close into the pace, and he made up a little bit of ground, but he was just too wide. The question again, how wide will he be here? He has the far outside post, so he's going to have to overcome another wide journey. And then the 5, Uncle Vic, who was scheduled to run on the 14th of August. He was a steward scratch. He got loose, proved to be very elusive. Had a hard time trying to catch Uncle Vic, who ended up making it back to the barn on his own. This is his second start for Victor Dean. He usually brings good early speed to the table. He's currently at 5-1. 4, 8, 1A, 5 here in the 8, starting the late double. nearing the gate. It's post time for race 8, starting the late daily double. Major Spin and Central Love, both 9-5. $6 more in favor of Major Spin. Now they're both 8-5. Tight wagering battle between the 4 and the 8. A field of 8 with 7 wagering interests. There's Uncle Vic, Carlos Barbosa out of the saddle for the loading process. Uncle Vic's been behind the starting gate for quite some time. Got loose on the 14th of August. Weren't going to take any chances. Sent him over to the chute, put him behind the gate, and let him wait. Carlos ready to remount. There's Dr. Serfolio. Navy Pier, Central Love, and Masawa, the last 3 to go. Masawa to the far outside. Ready for action. And there they go. Dr. Serfolio quickly into stride with Masawa and Central Love. Major Spin contesting the pace. Also there, Mo Crazy Blues and Uncle Vic. Major Spin now emerging as the quickest. His partner is Mo Crazy Blues. Dr. Serfolio sitting a nice stalking trip just under 3 from the leaders. A length back to 3 horses vying for 4th. Uncle Vic, Central Love has worked into a good spot in the 2-path. Masawa with this deep expected journey. He's 4 wide. Behind them races Benchwalk and Nothing from Navy Pier, and Major Spin on this big class drop gives them the slip heading to the quarter pole, traveling well enough. Mo Crazy Blues gives way. Masawa covers a ton of ground. Dr. Serfolio splits them. Central Love's got to giddy up if he wants to make it 3 in a row. Benchwalk tries to close to the far outside. Uncle Vic rides the rail to the 3/16. Major Spin, they got to step up and get to him. He comes under left-handed urging, still tends to his business. Masawa's running a good one. He's trying to bridge the gap and make a race out of it. Major Spin chased home by Masawa. Major Spin with plenty left in the tank. Major Spin in front. Good effort from Masawa. Clear cut second. Then Central Love and Uncle Vic for the super. $112 and 99 100ths. Major Spin on the big class drop. He's the winner. It's a good effort from the 1A Masawa. Another wide post for Masawa. Photo 3rd and 4th. Make sure to hold all tickets. Major Spin is in the winner's circle. Major Spin's a 5-year-old chestnut, a gelding by Hard Spun. Out of the dam, Evan de Thora. Owned by Gumster Stable LLC. Winning trainer Ralph D'Alessandro. Winning jockey the He-Man, Heman Harkey. Winner was bred in New York by Sequel Stallions, New York, and Lakeland Farms. And race 8 is official. 4-1-8-8-5. That double 5-4, $44.40. A 4-1 exacta, $22. 4-1-8 trifecta, $12.50. 10-cent super 4-1-8-5, $5.07. Nobody with 6 in our pick 6. 5 out of 6 is a pretty good payoff. $1,006. $1,006 for 5 out of 6. That one-day pick 6 carryover into the Wednesday card, $3,019.20. $3,019.20. A one-day pick 6 carryover into Wednesday's program. One more race to go. On the Tuesday card, in the nightcap, we got a couple of scratches. 9 and 10, Easy Toll and MAS Scroovies. Christian Navarro, new jockey 1. Frankie Knows Best. The nightcap, 21 minutes away at 5:24. Fans, be advised, not all combinations are covered in the late pick 4. The actual winning combination may result in a 3 of 4 condition. Make sure to check all tickets.
All right, getting ready for the last race on today's card. Just a reminder, we continue live racing throughout the week, Monday through Wednesday. Next live day will be tomorrow with a 1:15 first post. Be the last day of the racing week. We look back at the 8th, and yeah, no big surprises between Major Spin and Misawa with the good numbers, but Major Spin able to kind of get away from Misawa a little bit, and he was in chase mode and he was wide. So a Major Spin on the drop in class was too tough to catch. Heeman Harkey for Ralph D'Alessandro after the big 50-1 shot, the 7-5 favorite. Last race, never won 5,000 claimer. We got Christian Navarro on the 1. Frankie knows best. We scratched the 9, Easy Toll, and the 10, MAS Screws. And All Biz, know what her style is. She likes to come from out of it. It's a little closer than normal the last time because they went 50 to the half and 115 to the 3/4, and she really didn't have too much impact after that. She didn't break all that sharp either, but got into the race. Jackie Davis climbs aboard, and it's just a matter of the pace backing up to her. We know what the speed is. That's going to be the 3, Super Princess. Can she get the distance would be the question with the 3. She does have a good number for the extra yardage, but she's the one they're going to have to catch. She's been stopped. She stopped last time, but she won dominantly against the 5,000 claimers. She's at odds of 7-1. Another one that's got a big chance here, depending on the pace here. She'll try to get to the lead and keep going. And you got All Biz who's going to try to close and catch her. The other one that seems to be one of the main rivals would be the 4 Ruxton Rocks, who comes off a second-place finish last time, only beaten a length. That was a much improved effort from her prior start, which was her first start over the track, and usually they do improve. And taking the blinkers off may have helped Ruxton Rocks as well. She was wearing blinkers the prior start when she lost by double digits. All Biz was in that race, so it's good that she showed that kind of improvement. She does look like she's got another with chance in here. Definitely a chance to be the top 3 against a similar field. The tricky read is the 8, Jackie Girl. Certainly has the most interesting bridle, but she drops a class to 5,000, goes a better distance. She dropped to 11-9 last time, but she ran into a Maury Fire. It was kind of the main speed that day. So better chance going longer, dropping to 5,000. She's off a little bit of lap since her last race back in July 18th. But her best effort beats these, as she broke her maiden against maiden special weights in August. Just hasn't shown much in her 2 starts, but again, you can make an excuse. Her first start was against allowance horses going long, and that was off a layoff from September. And then her next start, yeah, she dropped to 11-9, but it was a sprint. So you can make a strong case for her. She's right now at odds of 5-1. But it's a tricky read, as she wasn't really close in either of those races. So that's some of the contenders for race number 9. Exacta, Try, and Super offered in the last. We scratched the 9 and 10.
Coming onto the track for our Tuesday nightcap, the 9th and final, 1 mile and 70 yards. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. Now winners of 2 races, $5,000 claimers. Christian Navarro, new jockey aboard the 1. Frankie knows best. And here's Frankie and Christian. 2 is All Biz. Jackie Davis looking for 2. 3 is Super Princess with jockey Joel Cruz. 4, Ruxton Rocks, Luis Perez, the favorite on the board. Slight favorite over All Biz. 5 is T's Double Trouble. Michael Davila Jr. is in the saddle. 6 made an aggressive left-hand turn out of the paddock. We'll catch up with her in the 8 a little bit later on. Here's 7, One Journey, Jeremias Flores. All right, 6 and 8 skipping the parade. We'll go to the 6 first. Sunshine Girl, Kevin Navarro. And the 8, Jackie Girl with Jose Baez. Eight, 3 and 4-year-old fillies in the nightcap. Post time in a little more than 3 minutes. All right, one more race to go on the Tuesday card. We already talked about the pick 6 carryover for Wednesday. How about this, fans? 2, 4, and 8 are covered. So if we can beat the 2, 4, and 8, we're going to have a pick 5 carryover, and it'd be a good one. $22,538.01. So if we beat the 2, 4, and 8, I know that's a tall task, especially considering the 2's 2-1, the 4's 9-5, and the 8's 5-1. Those are the top 3 in the wagering. But hey, you never know. Maybe my top pick can come through and give us a carryover. That's the 6, Sunshine Girl. Sunshine Girl's run some decent races this season. I mean, look at her company line. She has a distant third to Golden Moonlight. There she is with Grandma T and the Honorable Eye. Regal Rebel. She defeated T's Double Trouble pretty soundly 2 back. Right now, T's Double Trouble is 7-1 and Sunshine Girl is 11-1. Let's forgive the 25th of July affair. She's reunited with Kevin Navarro. I think she does better with a target. She's run a lot of races this year. She had a winter campaign at Tampa. Colleen McCall, wife of Brian McCall. Brian's a former trader around here. Won a lot of races, does some good things. Why not Sunshine Girl in the nightcap? I'm going to blow it up at 10-1 with Kevin Navarro. And we'll get a carryover. Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Too good to be true. 4, Ruxton Rocks looks like a logical player. She just comes out of the same race as All Biz and Sunshine Girl. And of those horses, Ruxton Rocks ran the best race. Her more heralded stablemate Guidance, who was a short number, finally got to her in deep stretch. Ruxton Rocks was nearly 9-1, almost sprung the upset. This is her 3rd start since February. She started her training and racing at Laurel, at least her racing, not sure about her training. She looks like a logical contender here, no question about it. All Biz comes out of the same race. Ruxton Rocks handled her with ease, but we know here at Finger Lakes, especially in these N2L and N3L levels, they take turns. Ruxton Rocks might have run the better race on the 25th of July. That does not mean she's going to run the better race on the 22nd of August. All Biz, the 3rd pick. And then you get the 8, Jackie Girl. What do you do with Jackie Girl? She showed some promise last year. Boy, she had some good races in July and August. She had 3 consecutive runner-up efforts against maiden special weights, had a good-looking maiden special weight victory, then ran dismal in her last race as a 3-year-old. Connections put her away. She's had 2 poor races this year. Now she drops all the way to the bottom. What do you do with Jackie Girl? She's 5-1. Now 9-2 in the wagering. One more race to go on the Tuesday card. Couple minutes until the nightcap. The fillies are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the Tuesday Nightcap. All Biz is the current favorite, Ruxton Rocks the second choice, and Jackie Girl is the third selection in the wagering. Frankie Knows Best and All Biz. Super Princess, Ruxton Rocks ready to move forward. Jackie Girl acting up. Jackie Girl is in. He's Double Trouble, Sunshine Girl. Sunshine Girl for C-Mac and B-Fick. Maggie Seidman's partners with One Journey. Big shout out to Maggie and all of her partners connected here with One Journey, the last of 8 into the gate. Ready for the Nightcap. And there they go. Super Princess quickly away from the outside. Jackie Girl is sent for speed. Also, One Journey wants to go. Frankie Knows Best. They're going pretty good for this level. They're going to Ruxton Rocks, Tease Double Trouble, Sunshine Girl, and All Biz. Pace on up front. Jackie Girl going quickly with Super Princess. Frankie Knows Best third. One Journey's in the fourth spot. Here's Ruxton Rocks fifth. A little less than 5 off the pace. 2 lengths to Tease Double Trouble. A length back to All Biz. And Sunshine Girl's the last of all. They went good for the level 23 and change. And it's Jackie Girl with the lead. From the inside is Super Princess. Frankie Knows Best sets up shop 3 deep. Ruxton Rocks is only 3.5 off the lead, maybe a little less than that. Better than 2 lengths to All Biz, flanked by Tease Double Trouble. One Journey's going in the wrong direction, and here's Sunshine Girl picking up her stride into second last. 49 seconds. And there goes Frankie Knows Best. Jackie Girl's done. Super Princess and Frankie Knows Best. Ruxton Rocks comes with her charge. All Biz is quickening along the inside. They're going to Sunshine Girl and Tease Double Trouble. Ruxton Rocks making the move to the outside. And All Biz going to try to scoot through and opening along the inside. Ruxton Rocks and All Biz. Frankie Knows Best still in the second spot. I'm going to Tease Double Trouble. Sunshine Girls, little even paced. Ruxton Rocks in the Nightcap. All Biz finally gets into the second spot. Then going to Frankie Knows Best and Tease Double Trouble. But Ruxton Rocks is just too good. Pouring it on. In hand and in command for the Diamond Man. Ruxton Rocks cruising. All Biz second. Frankie Knows Best third. Who's going to finish fourth? Looks like Tease Double Trouble in a photo of her Sunshine Girl. $147.01 the final running time. Top 2 in the wagering are clearly the top 2 here in the Nightcap. For Ruxton Rocks at 9-5, All Biz at 8-5. Third place to the one, Frankie Knows Best at a big price. Photo for fourth. Hold all tickets until results have been declared official. Five T's double trouble checks in fourth for the Super. Ruxton Rocks. 3-year-old Gray-owned filly by Motown out of the Dam Storm and Wendy. Won by TLC Thoroughbreds. Winning trader M. Anthony Ferraro. Winning jockey Luis Perez. Winner was bred in Maryland by Thomas Teal. And the Nightcap is official. 4-2-1-5, top four finishers. The late double, 4-4, $13.20. A 4-2 exacta from the Nightcap, $10.80. 4-2-1 trifecta, $30.87. 10-cent super, 4-2-1-5, $65.85. 5-4-4 late pick 3, $32.75. How about some big payers to conclude our Tuesday card? It's all because of Don Bernardo. Our late pick 4, $3,053. 4 with 5 with 479 with 4, $3,053. How about that Tuesday pick 5, $6,476.25. 3-7 with 4 with 5 with 479 with 4, $6,476.25. That's it for the Tuesday card. We didn't get that pick 5 carryover, but we do have a pick 6 carryover, $3,019.20. About 5:30 or 6 o'clock, you can go get some free forms online, fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab, scroll on down to free digital program. Got all you need for tomorrow's pick 6. Sure hope you had a great Tuesday. When leaving the track, please drive very carefully. This has been Racing from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Good night, everyone.